This week on PBCJ Presents.
Tell us about that special case.
Yeah.
Bing fell in love with a reporter. Yes.
Yeah, so
And this is real.
yeah, so a reporter, claimed reporter, basically got access to it, early access, and he started talking to it. Over the conversation, for whatever reason, Bing started to express positive interest in the reporter and got to a point where it decided it should have the reporter for itself. It chose the reporter as a mate and then spent the rest of the conversation trying to figure out how to get the reporter to leave his wife. Why? I don't know. That's the scary part.
And I heard Brad Smith, president of Microsoft, on 60 Minutes, he says he doesn't know.
Yeah.
I think on 60 Minutes, you're not going to say that you know if you even know, but I don't think that was an outcome that would have been broadcast if it wasn't a reporter. Maybe if it had happened, they would have even tried to just keep that in the kitchen.
Yeah, it's probably not the first instance, or probably many.
Welcome to PBCJ's live coverage of the Lower House. I'm Simone Absalom Gale, and the session will start with prayers followed by a roll call of those in attendance. This is usually followed by questions and answers to questions, statements by ministers, items under public business, and private members' motions. But before we begin, let's try a parliamentary trivia question. Jamaica's parliament was involved in establishing the country's national anthem. Is this true or false? Get the answer at the end of this introduction. During the questions and answers to questions segment, Minister of Finance and the Public Service, Dr. Nigel Clarke, will answer question number 5. Notice was given by Member of Parliament for Kingston Eastern and Port Royal, Mr. Phillip Paulwell. Under public business, debate is to continue on an act to amend the Independent Commission of Investigations Act 2023. The bill is being piloted in the House by Minister of Justice, Delroy Chuck. Debate on the bill will address legal and practical concerns for the Independent Commission of Investigations. It commenced in the House of Representatives on Wednesday, May 10. The Independent Commission of Investigations Amendment Bill 2023 will indemnify and validate certain actions done in good faith by the agency it employs and the Commissioner. Also on the agenda, the sectoral debate continues. Minister of Local Government and Community Development, Desmond McKenzie, and Member of Parliament for St. Mary's Central, Dr. Morais are both down to contribute to the debate. The agenda also notes that the Terrorism Prevention Designated Reporting Entity Trust and Corporate Services Providers Order 2022 is to be tabled and taken. It should be noted that the agenda can be adjusted with items being added, removed, or replaced. If you are planning to attend a session at Gordon House, here are some rules to keep in mind. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card from the office of the clerk. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. No photography, videography, or sketching of the proceedings is allowed unless so authorized by the presiding officer. And there should be no smoking inside the parliamentary building. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question. We asked, true or false, Jamaica's parliament was involved in establishing the country's national anthem. It's true, and let me tell you, a lot went into it. In September 1961, it was announced that the competition for the words of the national anthem will be judged in the first instance. The successful script would then be published and a contest for the music put in train. Nearly 100 entries for the words were received, and it was subsequently announced on March 17 that the competition for the words of the national anthem would close on Saturday, May 31, 1962. A joint committee of the Houses of Parliament was responsible for making the final selection. Members remained divided between the two possible choices until Thursday, July 19, 1962, when the large majority of the House, after eager debate, approved the resolution which was put to it, and the version previously heard in the lobby was selected as suitable. The anthem is the creative work of 4 persons: the late Reverend and Honorable Hugh Sherlock, OJ, OBE, the late Honorable Robert Lightburn, OJ, the late Mippleloft Pole, and Mrs. Poole, as she was known then. You should know that all persons should stand at attention with heels together at the playing of the national anthem, and men should remove their hats. Think about these things the next time you sing or stand proud to pay homage to Jamaica's national anthem. Now over to the proceedings.
With all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we, thine unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
This honorable House now resumes its sitting. Call of the roll.
Mrs. Holness, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Holness, Dr. Clarke, Dr. Chang, Miss Grange, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Chuck, Dr. Tufton, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Vaz, Mrs. Malawu-Fort, Mr. Charles, Mr. Green, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Main, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terry Long, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Witter, Mr. Warmington, Miss Smith, Mr. Davis, thank you, Mr. Brown, did I say Mr. Witter? Mr. Witter, Dr. Brown-Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Clarke, Mr. Cousins, Miss Crawford, Miss Daly, Miss Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Miss Hamilton, Miss Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Miss Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Miss Morrison, Mrs. Garvey, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblist, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wright.
I saw that. This afternoon, it is, as usual, I have the pleasure and the privilege to welcome everyone to another sitting of the House of Representatives and to the continuation of the sectoral debate. This afternoon, I want to extend a special welcome this afternoon to Mrs. Marsha Henry Martin, Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, who I know is here to support her minister this afternoon. And so I want to also welcome all the mayors, councillors who are here, led by none other than His Worship the Mayor of Kingston, the Honourable Delroy Williams, who is here with us this afternoon, and all our mayors and councillors, those who are here and those who I know are online watching from where they are. Minister, I know that the Mayor of Trelawney would be here, except that he's off the island. And I know all of his councillors and mayors are with him. And also this afternoon with us is our students who are here from St. Mary, who are here to support their Member of Parliament, Dr. Morais Guy, who also will do his presentation, his contribution to the sectoral debate. Everyone who is with us in the gallery, all those joining us online, we welcome you. And students, I trust you will enjoy the sitting of the Parliament this afternoon, and you will find the presentations informative. So we now move to statements by ministers.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to join you in welcoming the members of the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development who are sharing space with us today, and also the students from St. Mary who are here. And I too want to hope that they do enjoy a very educative as well as informative session this afternoon, as they will hear from two of the most senior members of this chamber. Madam Speaker, in terms of the order for today, I'm recommending that the order paper be treated in the normal way until we get to public business, but for a recommittal to public business. And then we will have the presentations by the two members as stated. The reason being, Madam Speaker, that the sectoral debate based on the resolution that was moved would expire after 6 weeks, and therefore we would need to make a motion at a later point today for the extension for the 20th of June when I will close. So on that basis, Madam Speaker, we're asking for a slight deviation from the norm in terms of how the order of business is carried out so as to facilitate that motion. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Guided by the House Leader, statements by ministers, announcements. To be that item, we're going to ask for it to be suspended. We'll have a recommittal. Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House I will move. Whereas Standing Orders 32A1 stipulates that the sectoral debates shall last no longer than 6 weeks in each year. And whereas the 2023-2024 sectoral debates commenced on April 18, 2023, and the 6-week period will therefore expire on May 30, 2023. Be it resolved that notwithstanding Standing Orders 32A1, the sectoral debate be extended until June 20th, 2023. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion.
Questions and answers to questions. Recommittal. Members, we are going to suspend this item and ask for recommittal. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to sittings of the House, motions for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained, public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Members, the question before the House is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the House Leader to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the motion be approved.
Members, for us is that the motion brought by the House Leader be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The motion is approved, House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the other items on public business this afternoon, and in keeping with the continuation of the sectoral debates, I'm pleased to ask you to invite the Minister of Local Government and Community Development and member from Kingston Western to make his presentation.
I now invite the Honorable Desmond McKenzie, CD, MP, Minister of Local Government and Community Development, now to make his presentation to this Parliament. And the Minister has a heavy portfolio that concerns us all. Minister, we welcome you to the podium.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when this administration came into office in 2016, we promised on the campaign trail to change the direction of the country so that our people can have a better outcome in their lives under the leadership of the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, Prime Minister. We have worked, Madam Speaker, in a systematic way to include and create areas where we strengthen institutions to ensure economic and social growth and development. I remember a TV interview given during that campaign, which the Prime Minister at the time, or the leader at the time, made. And in those days, we used to refer to him as the teacher. Today, we call him the builder, because of his outstanding leadership of the government and country over the last 7 years. I continue to be a proud part of this team, and particularly proud of the fact that at my time at the wicket, local government has increased its value and institutions of national development. Madam Speaker, I could not have achieved this on my own. And I want first of all to acknowledge the hard-working and dedicated staff led by our able permanent secretary at the Ministry of Local Government and Community Development and all the agencies of the government who have worked with me to achieve the goals established under the policies of the government of Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Madam Speaker, I want to extend my gratitude to them for their commitment, and I want to give them the assurance, Madam Speaker, that I will continue to work with them to achieve the success and to build on what we have achieved so far. Madam Speaker, without the people of West Kingston, I would not be here today in this chamber. And I want to remind the country, Madam Speaker, that the constituency of Western Kingston is the only constituency in Jamaica since independence, 60 years ago, that have remained loyal to one political party, and that is the Jamaica Labour Party. The best political party. Madam Speaker, the history of West Kingston is deep in the culture of Jamaica's politics. West Kingston has the distinction of producing the Right Excellent Dr. Sir William Alexander Bustamante, our first Member of Parliament, Prime Minister of Jamaica. Dr. the Most Honorable Hugh Lawson Shearer, Member of Parliament, Prime Minister of Jamaica. The Most Honorable Edward Phillip George Siaga, who on Sunday, Madam Speaker, we remember the life and work 4 years after his passing. He served as Member of Parliament for over 40 years, Madam Speaker. Honorable Bruce Bowling, Member of Parliament.
And no Desmond.
Member of Parliament, Madam Speaker, who became Prime Minister of Jamaica. We have not only produced Prime Ministers, Madam Speaker, but Sir Alexander Bustamante, national hero, Marcus Messiah Garvey, who represented Denham Town when he was Councillor Division that I represented. Madam Speaker. So, yes, I was there with it. So, Madam Speaker, West Kingston has a culture, Madam Speaker, of creating leaders who have contributed to the growth and development of Jamaica.
Hear, hear.
And I am proud, Madam Speaker, to be following in the footsteps of such outstanding
Hear, hear.
Jamaicans, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the House, we have friends on both sides. And we have heated conversations, and at times some of us say some things that we wish we never said. And some of us don't know how to say we're sorry, but we understand. But we're not holding that against anybody, Madam Speaker. I want to greet my parliamentary colleagues on both sides of the House, Madam Speaker, and thank them for their friendship over the many, many years I have serving in this Parliament. My personal staff, Madam Speaker, in the ministry and in the constituency, I want to again thank them for their support, Madam Speaker. Finally, I reserve my highest tribute to my batting partner, my wife, Marcia, Madam Speaker.
Good girl. Good girl.
The records show that from the time we opened the innings, we have been at the batting crease, Madam Speaker, for 402,960 hours.
What?
That is 46 years not out, Madam Speaker.
And by the way, a lot of boundaries.
We have faced every kind of deliveries, and we're still putting runs on the board, Madam Speaker. And I really want to thank her and the family for the love and the affection, Madam Speaker.
A lot of boundaries.
This administration is showing that local government has a critical role in the process of making Jamaica a developed country. Our work is being facilitated by the economic policies and performance of the government, which has allowed us better management of the national debt and generate more revenues to deliver infrastructure and services to our people. This is the only model, Madam Speaker, that Jamaica can rely on that will produce consistent development. The model ensuring the system of local government, we are confident that it is making a great contribution to the national transformation. Local government as a policy has significantly changed the lives of our people by improving, developing institutions of national resilience as well as national advancement. Our efforts have set the stage for doing more. I am committed. The staff at the Ministry of Local Government is committed in giving a higher level of service to the people of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, local government often at times is misinterpreted. Some people feel that we are not really relevant. However, this form of government is not only carry huge responsibilities, but it is also a massive contributor to the new Jamaica that the administration of Prime Minister Andrew Holness is building. The central role of the local authorities and the Jamaica Fire Brigade in the development process is one of the most outstanding and powerful examples of local government in action, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear.
And as I touch the subject of local government more wholesome, I want to recognize the mayors and councillors, and let me say that it is councillors from both sides of the political divide that is here, Madam Speaker, in oneness, in support of local government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, local government is adding value to the economy and the social life of the country. Construction is one of the most skill-driven, labor-intensive sector in the world. In 2022, the global construction market was valued at $12.7 trillion US dollars, employing engineers, skilled casual workers, and a wide range of goods and services, Madam Speaker, have been provided in the construction industry, and that is the case here in Jamaica. Since 2016, since this government came into office, we have received and approved 37,577 applications to a tune of $1,499 million, Madam Speaker. Since 2016, it goes to show that in the scheme of things, local government is in the big league in this country under a Labour Party government. Housing projects cannot happen without local government. Commercial activities can't happen without local government. Tourism, our biggest foreign exchange earner, cannot happen without local government. There is no development, small or large, that is not subjected to the development approval process of the local authorities, Madam Speaker. In this respect, let me say about the benchmark time of 90 days for approval. This has always been a subject that a lot of people raise concerns about the length of time that it takes to grant approval, Madam Speaker. The vast majority of approvals are indeed done within the 90 days. In fact, the approval rate has not dropped below 80 in more than 10 years, Madam Speaker. However, I must emphasize that structurally, the safety component of buildings, Madam Speaker, is our #1 priority. So we are ensuring that the environmental integrity is maintained. We consider applications on many various areas, Madam Speaker. Large and complex development, such as apartments and hotels, some which are over 300 square meters in size, will take longer to assess, to be processed, Madam Speaker. In some cases, they are sent back by the local authorities for adjustment before they are approved. We must remember also, Madam Speaker, and I want to make the point, that many times the local authorities experience a lot of criticism because developers and others feel as if the approval process is taking too long. We must remember that Jamaica is squarely within the earthquake zone. Our infrastructure has survived these tremors and quakes because of the rigors of the development approval process. Development, public safety, and environmental integrity must all go hand in hand, and the government will never promote one element at the expense of the other, Madam Speaker. Our commitment is to ensure that we build and build safe. The development approval process continued to contribute heavily to Jamaica's economic growth. A total of 5,945 applications were received for 2022, the calendar year, reflecting an investment value of $264.8 billion Jamaican dollars, Madam Speaker. There has been an 150% increase in the number of applications received for resort developments, with 73% for large properties. There was a 5% increase in the number of commercial development applications, with 49% of these applications being for larger development. Additionally, there was a 5.4% increase in the number of large development applications submitted. I want to acknowledge again the hard work of the local authorities, the agencies that together undertake this huge responsibility critical to assessing the development application in Jamaica. And I also want to remind this Honourable House that the three boards established under the Building Act, the Building Practitioner Board, the Building Appeals Tribunal, and the Building Advisory Councils are all in operation and is available to the public to use, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in 2020, the ministry was assigned rural development, where we got rural electrification and rural water. The expansion of electricity was another area in which local government did a fantastic job, Madam Speaker. Within the 2 years that we had responsibility for rural electrification, some $600 million was spent through the government community electrification project to provide house wiring support, pole line expansion in vulnerable rural urban communities. Over 10,000 individuals from 2,500 households in 30 communities have benefited from this program, Madam Speaker. The Jamaica Social Investment Fund, by way of a memorandum, undertake the program on behalf of the Ministry of Local Government. And I want to thank JSIF for the work that they did for the 2 years that this project was under the ministry. The network of pole lines was established and designed and was completed. Over 5 kilometers of lines. One area that benefited in the last financial year was Green Mountain in Trelawney, where 2 kilometers of pole line infrastructure was installed at a cost of $30 million. It is significant. It is a significant milestone, Madam Speaker, because the residents in that community for more than 45 years never had the service, thanks to the government of Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Rural water, Madam Speaker, was another entity that came into the ministry. The government is now centralizing the work of water across the country. So rural water has now gone back to the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation to expand the wider network of water service that the government will be embarking on over the next 2 years, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while rural water, and I want to say, that entity for me is one of the most outstanding entities in government in Jamaica that nobody speaks about. And I want to say to them, Madam Speaker, that they are a gift to this country, and we should be proud and appreciate the work of rural water. It is an outstanding entity, Madam Speaker. Since 2020, they did a fantastic job, Madam Speaker. They made significant contribution in establishing water systems across the country. Watermount, Penlucky Valley in St. Catherine, Portland Cottage, Rocky Point in Clarendon, Mango Valley in St. Mary. And all of this, Madam Speaker, was done at a combined cost of $446 million, with 20,000 people in these communities are now enjoying reliable access to potable water as we speak, Madam Speaker. As we speak, there are 6 communities that we will conclude the work that was started, Madam Speaker. And I'm talking about Banga Ridge, Cornwall Barracks in Portland, Pear Tree Grove in St. Catherine, Morais in St. Elizabeth. Over 5,000 people, Madam Speaker, will benefit from these projects. Rural Water Limited has rehabilitated catchment tanks, installed water harvesting system in various communities, and especially, Madam Speaker, many rural schools in Jamaica have benefited from water harvesting from this country, from them, Madam Speaker. And I want again, Madam Speaker, to express my gratitude for the period of time that I work with rural water. As I indicated in my last presentation, work is in full progress at Chambers Pen in Hanover in the pilot project for rural development. In addition to the house wiring and the roads and the educational infrastructure and other areas, the provisions of potable water is a key feature of the project. And I'm pleased to advise this Honorable House that $50 million was spent on the Chambers Pen water supply system, which was commissioned into service in February of this year. As a result, 1,500 people in 300 households have access to 52,000 gallons of fresh water in their pipes every day, Madam Speaker, in Chambers Pen. Additionally, 360 black tanks were provided to households in the community at a cost of $10 million. Over 200 houses were wired at a cost of $27 million. The Chambers Pen Basic School will be rehabilitated at a cost of $20 million, Madam Speaker. And I am to tour the primary school with the Minister of Education. We have built a brand new school, Madam Speaker, in Chambers Pen under the Rural Development Program. The Ministry of Agriculture played a significant role because it is a strong farming community, Madam Speaker, where a significant number of farmers in that community are females. We have built indigent houses, Madam Speaker. We are spending $84 million, Madam Speaker, in constructing new roads in Chambers Pen as a part of the rural development drive of the government, Madam Speaker.
Progress.
One of the most important responsibilities that I inherited in managing the local government system is to look at the strengths and the weaknesses of the system and to determine the steps that are necessary to strengthen and to make local government better. After 7 years, and I don't want you to, on that side, to take what I'm saying now as your slogan. But after 7 years, Madam Speaker, all right, let me not say it. We have reached the point. We have reached the point that we need to review the structure of local government and to see how we can further enhance to improve the quality of service. At some point down the road, I intend to establish a committee comprising past local government practitioners and others who will make recommendations as to how we can move to improve local government. And also, Madam Speaker, the question of Portmore becoming the 15th parish will be another matter that I will address not today, but shortly in this House. Madam Speaker, I want to turn to markets. Our markets are important to the life of the country. Our economy strives, Madam Speaker, on markets. There are over 35 markets in Jamaica. Some were built, our majority of our markets, Madam Speaker and colleagues, were built more than 100 years ago. In the last financial year, we did extensive work on markets. The Stone Hill Market in St. Andrew was completed at a cost of $7 million, and I know the Member of Parliament was there, and she joined, and I see the councillor sitting there. The Clarkstown Market project, and you know, Madam Speaker, I have to spend 2 minutes on Clarkstown. When I became the minister in 2016, they were talking about Clarkstown on that side. When they were over here, they were talking about Clarkstown Market. Talk. Madam Speaker, we have now completed the final phase of the Clarkstown Market. Hopewell Market in Hanover, I gave a commitment that we will rebuild a brand new market. We did so at a cost of $24 million, Madam Speaker. The process of transformation will continue as a part of the comprehensive market rehabilitation program that I announced 2 years ago. The projects that is presently taking shape. Phase 1 of the work on the Savlamar market is now in progress. We're spending some $20 million in the first phase. The cost of the Savlamar market will run us over $70 million. The Charles Garden market in St. James, probably the second largest market outside of the Coronation Market, Madam Speaker. We are going to be spending over a 3-year period $180 million to renovate or to put a new look Charles Garden Market in the heart of Montego Bay. Construction have started already on phase 1 of that market, Madam Speaker. The drawings on the Highgate Market and Mia Quarries here is almost completed. That was gutted by fire. We are paying our attention to the Highgate Market. The people of Alexandria, your wait is coming to an end because the funds will be provided in this financial year. for the Alexandria market in St. Ann. Madam Speaker, the Buff Bay market in Portland, the first phase of that market, the first phase of the work will commence. The Member of Parliament is not here, but of the estimated costs that the Ministry of Local Government will put up, the Member of Parliament for West Portland has indicated in a letter to me that he will make available from his CDF an additional $5 million to help with the renovation of the Buff Bay market. Madam Speaker, the struggle to build out and maintain a modern network of markets is intense. We grapple with the reality of markets being burnt down in whatever circumstances. We have to work to build new ones. As you are aware, that work to rebuild the Highgate market, which was burnt last year, as I mentioned, is on in earnest. On the weekend, Madam Speaker, news came that the Musgrave market in Port Antonio, a market which this administration, some 3 years ago, spent in excess of $15 million to carry out substantive renovation to that market. Now that market has been destroyed. Not all of it, Madam Speaker. We at the ministries are waiting the detailed report from the Portland Municipal Corporation. And once we get that, Madam Speaker, we will pay our attention to how we are going to deal with the repairs to the market. We have to find some innovative ways, Madam Speaker, to ensure that our markets don't, Madam Speaker, end up like several markets that have gone up in flames. Madam Speaker, I have to address the question of vending, which has become a major issue across the country. While I will admit that some of our markets are not conducive, Madam Speaker, and while we are working and we have done significant amount of work on markets, building new markets, so there's no denying, Madam Speaker. But you know, Madam Speaker, I'd like to be a little mischievous. If those people who continue to be critical of government policies, when they were at the wicket, if they were paying attention to the state of our markets, we would not be in the predicament that we are today. So, Madam Speaker, I will be the first to admit that there are challenges. And we have been working, Madam Speaker, and I'm assuring the country that we will get to the point, Madam Speaker, where our markets are in much better condition than they are today. Vending is a problem. It is a law and order issue, Madam Speaker. I had a meeting today with the Mayor of Kingston and the head of the National Solid Waste Management Authority in regards to the issues in downtown Kingston. I will say, Madam Speaker, that we will shortly be making some announcements as to the approach that we are going to be taking. We are going to, Madam Speaker, look at the issues of vending in our major town centers across the country. Kingston and St. Andrew, Clarendon, St. Elizabeth, and Montego Bay, Madam Speaker. We are going to make the effort to tackle these problems, Madam Speaker. But it cannot be done by government alone, Madam Speaker. And we're going to be inviting the private sector, businesses, because, Madam Speaker, some of the problems that we are seeing in downtown Kingston is where business establishment, after the garbage is collected, in the wee hours of the morning, they have persons who go and take out the garbage and dump it, so when people come in the morning, there's the appearance as if nothing was done, Madam Speaker. I am not saying that everything is where we want it to be, Madam Speaker, but the truth must be told, Madam Speaker. The country must recognize that it is everybody's game. It is not just government alone, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we will be saying a lot more on those efforts. As we work diligently to improve our parochial roads, last year, the efforts of the ministry on roads, and you know, Madam Speaker, I have to say this. If I sound like a recurring decimal, well, I will keep saying it. When we took government, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Finance provided $10 million for roads. $10 million. Madam Speaker, last year the Ministry of Finance increased. Every year we have gotten over 100 million. Last year we got 175 million from the Consolidated Fund, Madam Speaker, for roads. And the Ministry of Local Government, through the Equalization Fund, put an additional 200 million on that. We were able, Madam Speaker, using that money to do some roads. Not all the roads, but I can just mention a few of the roads that were done. We're going to be doing Tracy in Centre at 25 million. We did Panside Road in Port Morais at a cost of 13 million. We did Jakes Road in Southeast St. Andrew at 16 million.
What? Julia?
Right. All right. No, but you are the MP. Right. And the councillor. And you have the councillor. So for sure you will not partisan. Right. Madam Speaker, I talk about Miss Velma in Lennox Bigwood, in Westmoreland, Madam Speaker. I was there the other day, Madam Speaker. I'm going back shortly to walk and to open the brand new road, $42 million in Lennox Bigwood. And this year, Madam Speaker, we'll be spending an additional $400 million on parochial roads under the government of Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Madam Speaker, let me be a little bit more subdued on this subject. I'm aware that there are concerns about the state of public cemeteries. This is an issue that many of the municipal corporations are trying to address by identifying suitable lands in which the dead can be interred with dignity, while ensuring that the environmental, zonal, and other requirements are met. It is not easy or cheap. It's not easy. The process, Madam Speaker, is a very tedious one. As the minister, the municipalities will write to me to say that the cemeteries are filled. They can't take no more. And they're asking me to issue the order to close. I have to refuse because they have to send to me to say, if I issue the order to close, this is where burial will take place, Madam Speaker. Some municipalities have gone far away. The St. Catherine Municipal Corporation, Clarendon has found, Manchester has found, Madam Speaker. But the question of public cemeteries, Madam Speaker, is one that is of real concern. And I want to say something here again, Madam Speaker. The fees that the municipalities charge for burial in public cemeteries date back to more than 50 years now, Madam Speaker. We have been meeting with the local authorities to review and to see how to make it more feasible, Madam Speaker. We're not reneging on our responsibility. It is our responsibility to bury the paupers. It is the responsibility of the government to provide public cemeteries, Madam Speaker. Not everybody can afford to go to the other places. It is our responsibility as a government, and we are, Madam Speaker, living up to that responsibility, and we'll be rolling out a program as it relates to public cemeteries once we have concluded the assessment that is required for us to undertake the program. Madam Speaker, if you want the proof that this government has a clear vision to build Jamaica through institutional development, take a look at the Jamaica Fire Brigade. Madam Speaker, the Jamaica Fire Brigade is over 150 years old, and its firefighters and staff have a proud history of serving Jamaica. However, the level of investment in the brigade over the years, Madam Speaker, was nothing to talk about. Before 2016, Kingston and St. Andrew, where the York Park Fire Station is, that was the headquarters of the Jamaica Fire Brigade, the largest in the country. Up to 2016, York Park had only 2 fire trucks serving Kingston and St. Andrew. 2. Kingston and St. Andrew. 2 fire trucks. 2 fire trucks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over the entire period of the administration of the former government, over their life, the entire period that they were in office, they spent, Madam Speaker, in that period of time, $605 million. $605 million. I don't know, I can't find it. Madam Speaker, fast forward to today, Madam Speaker. York Park have 7 trucks serving this section of the corporate area alone. The allocation to the Jamaica Fire Brigade is over $4 billion Jamaican dollars, Madam Speaker. $4 billion Jamaican dollars.
Progress and prosperity.
To improve the service, the infrastructure. In the last financial year, we spent $246 million on 11 utility vehicles. Yeah, Mark.
Hey.
Madam Speaker.
Time to complete his presentation.
You're not the leader of the House.
Time to complete his presentation.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the member's time be extended sufficiently for him to conclude his presentation.
Hear, hear.
Members, the question is that the minister be given sufficient time to complete his presentation. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Minister, over to you and the fire station.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. and thanks to my colleagues, Madam Speaker. I was saying, Madam Speaker, we spent $246 million in the last financial year improving the capacity of the JFB. 11 utility vehicles, including box truck and pickups, were obtained. Firefighting equipment, Madam, bunker gears and everything, Madam Speaker. We spent $100 million on 4 standby generators. This might not sound important, Madam Speaker, but of all the fire stations in Jamaica, only one up to 2016 had a standby generator, and it was York Park.
Wow.
Right? York Park. Now check it out, Madam Speaker. Every single fire station in Jamaica have a standby generator provided under this administration. Madam Speaker, we have expanded the technology of the Jamaica Fire Brigade. When we had the recent bushfires, Madam Speaker, the JFB rollout drones, they were able to use technology to spot the fire, work with the Jamaica Defense Force in putting out the series of bushfires, Madam Speaker. We spent $14 million, Madam Speaker, in providing this, and we are going to provide more drones to the Jamaica Fire Brigade to improve their capacity using technology. Madam Speaker, the country must appreciate the role of the Jamaica Fire Brigade. And I want to cool down a little. In obtaining modern equipment and the latest technology to protect life and property, let me put into the record of this Honourable House the estimated value of properties currently at risk from fire. It is estimated, Madam Speaker, that $335 billion is at risk from fire. That is coming out of the Jamaica Fire Brigade. In the calendar year 2022, $8.8 billion worth of property was destroyed by fire. At the same time, the work of the Jamaica Fire Brigade have saved over $327 billion worth of properties from fire, Madam Speaker. That is a tremendous effort on behalf from a team, Madam Speaker. It is intended in the next financial year, Madam Speaker, since we are building high-rise buildings all over Jamaica, going up now, we're stepping up, moving from 10 and 12. It is intended in the next financial year to obtain fire trucks with the latest features to respond to the expanding infrastructure being constructed around the country. One of the critical features of these trucks, in their specialty, the extended ladders, which reach 20 floors or 2,000 feet. Currently, the brigade have in its collection trucks that can go up to 10 floors or 104 feet. These new trucks, Madam Speaker, will cost approximately $250 million each. And we will be assigning the first 2 units to the city of Kingston and Montego Bay, which have a significant number of high-rise buildings. Ultimately, more units will be assigned to regions with the buildings that require their presence, Madam Speaker. When it comes to infrastructure development, new fire station was built in Old Harbour at a cost of $60 million. The member from Southwest was there. It was officially opened in April 2022. Ground has already been broken. The framework for the Ulster Spring Fire Station, the money is there, Madam Speaker. Shortly, that will kickstart. In this financial year, phase 3, or in the last financial year, the member from Southwest St. Elizabeth, phase 3 of the renovation of the Black River Station was completed at a cost of $9.8 million. 3 fire stations, Madam Speaker, let me get back into an upbeat mode. In Montego Bay and St. James, they broke ground on 8 occasions to build 1 fire station, Madam Speaker. 8 times. 8 times, Madam Speaker. 8 times. We broke once. The member then from Central Clarendon, who was the minister in the office of the Prime Minister at JSF, I wasn't there. He broke the ground. And that ground that was broken by the member from Central Clarendon, the Prime Minister and myself opened that brand new fire station, a hotel-looking fire station in Montego Bay, Madam Speaker. The Yalas fire station was opened in October 2022, and the member from St. Mary Central participated in the opening of the Port Morais station in January. What a good government.
Here, here. Here, here. Hey, Maurice, look. You see?
Madam Speaker, on another note, while we applaud the efforts of the Jamaica Fire Brigade, there are serious areas of concerns. The official term for these acts is known as malicious false alarm, calling about crank calls that is being made to the Jamaica Fire Brigade. And I want to tell you an unfortunate incident, Madam Speaker. In the height of the bushfire, the Stone Hill Fire Station received a call, and they responded to a call going all the way to St. Mary to put out what was then deemed to be a fire. Another call was made, Madam Speaker, to the same Stone Hill station for a fire which is literally 5 minutes away from the station. They could not respond because they went all the way to St. Mary on what was a prank call, Madam Speaker, and a genuine case could not have been responded to. By the time the truck left Kingston to go up there, Madam Speaker, the place was burned to the ground. Madam Speaker, these prank calls rose by 4% in 2022 to 1,220. You know, Madam Speaker, the country needs to realize that when you do things like this, we burn gas, lives is at stake, property is at stake, and at the end of the day, people are leave suffering, Madam Speaker. The strategic development of the fire brigade includes its expansion with highly skilled personnel. And I want this House to listen, because if nobody don't talk about it, nobody won't know. So as the minister with responsibility, I am going to say it. The fire brigade has expanded in such a way that highly skilled personnel in the last financial year 188 new recruits joined the brigade as full-fledged firefighters. The areas of specialty that they went to university, obtained their degrees and everything, from nuclear, radiation emergency, water rescue, electric hybrid motor vehicle response. We have persons with qualification that could command a job in any private sector organization in this country, Madam Speaker. But they choose to join the Jamaica Fire Brigade. Last year alone, 80 of the applicants, Madam Speaker, who applied for jobs in the Jamaica Fire Brigade have first degree and associate degree in discipline ranging from electrical engineering to environmental study. And one of the features, Madam Speaker, of the Jamaica Fire Brigade is the number of female firefighters, Madam Speaker. Currently, Madam Speaker, the brigade is made up of 13% of the brigade, Madam Speaker, is made up based on the application, the figures. This is projected to increase, Madam Speaker. But here is the best part of this, Madam Speaker. Female firefighters in Jamaica place us above developing countries such as the United States. In the United States, 5% of firefighters in the United States are female. And in Canada, 4.5% are females. And we have 13% within the Jamaica Fire Brigade. The Fire Brigade is one of two paramilitary organizations in the country, the other being the police. Members of the brigade are just like members of the police force. They are the first respondent to dangerous situations. One thing that this government has been doing is strongly supporting the health and the welfare of firefighters. And again, Madam Speaker, I have to say it because it's true. Over the last 2 years, a modern system of support has been put in place, which includes full package of life and health insurance. This also addresses accident, including specific payments for injuries, loss of limbs, eyesight, psychological support. This support structure, Madam Speaker, is provided at an annual cost of $500 million. Madam Speaker, none of this existed before 2021. This was initiated by this government, Madam Speaker, and it is our commitment to build, to modernize our institution of public service. The Jamaica Fire Brigade is one of the most important of these institutions, and we must at all times ensure that it is given the due. You will recall last November, Madam Speaker, tragically, a young firefighter, Lorenzo Dawes, was killed in a traffic accident in Morais on the main road while performing his duty as a firefighter. The last time a firefighter lost his life on the job, Madam Speaker, was 26 years ago in 1996. I stated at that funeral service that Lorenzo Dawes' memory would be preserved by the renaming of the Morais fire station. The new name, Madam Speaker, will be the Morais Fire Station, the Renzo Dowes Memorial Building, Madam Speaker. The St. Ann Municipal Corporation, working with the brigade, is far advanced, Madam Speaker, in having this done. And in short order, we will be moving to rename the building in honor of a young man whose father, his uncle, his sister are firefighters. They have contributed to the growth and development of Jamaica. And posthumously, Madam Speaker, he will be awarded a national honor. He died serving his country, Madam Speaker. I want to turn to the National Solid Waste Management Authority, Madam Speaker. The transformation of the National Solid Waste Management Authority from a story of shame to a story of success is a study in outstanding public administration. I want to thank the Board of Solid Waste and the management of the National Solid Waste Authority for the tremendous job of work that they have been doing, Madam Speaker, to turn around the entity. Last financial year was not easy. The country knew, Madam Speaker, of the issues surrounding public cleansing, which was severely hampered by the backlog of the non-collection of garbage and the lack of trucks to do the necessary collections. Madam Speaker, I must again express my regrets to our citizens who were inconvenienced, and also grateful. It's all right, man. Me soon answer you. And also grateful to the many people who have expressed patience and understanding. Madam Speaker, whether you want to like it or not, and it's the first in the history of the National Solid Waste that they ever get 50 trucks. That investment has never ever been made, Madam Speaker, in the entity. Madam Speaker, the investment of $6.9 billion have improved significantly garbage collection across all regions, with the collection backlog island-wide being reduced by 93% over the last financial year. More than 89 million tons of solid waste was collected. However, there are still challenges in the metropolitan parks and market region, as there remain a substantial amount of areas that needs collection. We have to depend on private trucks, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Finance is here, and I can say without fear of contradiction that the process to require 50 more trucks is well on the way, and we are expecting those by the end of this financial year, Madam Speaker. The management of non-degradable waste is a special area of focus, Madam Speaker. The MSW may continue to implement plastic separation projects across the island, with the latest being launched in Rocky Point in Clarendon in February 2023, and a similar project will be launched in Manchester and St. Elizabeth in this financial year. Important progress is being made. Over 450,000 tons of plastic was collected through these projects over the last financial year. Significant progress was made in developing the infrastructure to accept electronic waste. The authority commenced an e-waste program and is developing a partnership of operation of a drop-off site to properly manage this type of waste. Land have been leased for the establishment of an e-waste facility, and I will update the House on the progress of this. Madam Speaker, there's a significant change that is coming at the National Solid Waste Management Authority. Sanitation workers, from the time the entity was established in 2001, they were all classified as temporary workers, which means they had no pension benefit. They had nothing to gain, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm happy that my colleague, Minister of Finance, understood, and now these workers have become permanent workers on the staff of the National Solid Waste Management Authority. In this financial year, we have put an end to the wrong that these workers were subjected to. And if the truth be told, it was this administration that brought dignity and substance to the solid waste workers. We gave them uniform. We put them through training, Madam Speaker. We ensured, when I became minister, I gave them a little increase. I did it in the first year. I did it in the second year. I did it in the third year. 5 consecutive years, Madam Speaker. We gave. And now, they're pensionable. They are pensionable under caring and understanding government of Prime Minister Andrew Holness. And we don't just talk about it, Madam Speaker, because we can talk. We deliver, Madam Speaker. We are a government of performance. So, Madam Speaker, we maintain that there are persons in the society who is hell-bent on destroying the country. In the same breath, I must once again condemn the brazen gun attack on an employee of the National Solid Waste Management Authority. 2 of them. One has died, and we thank God that the other one is recovering from gunshot wound. Madam Speaker, this man was killed doing a job that many Jamaicans look down on, would not want to do it. But we remember his life. And this administration will ensure that his family, his children, are able to complete their education. We cheer, Madam Speaker. The MSWA efforts to enforce law was assisted in the last financial year by the addition of 11 new officers and 10 motorbikes. It might sound little, but it has an impact. The enforcement unit, Madam Speaker, since it came, have seen a 165% increase in the number of litter tickets issued, 27% increase in the number of removal notices, Madam Speaker. So it is working. So when we give them some more bikes and increase the capacity of these officers, we will see further reduction, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know my neighbor from Southwest from South St. Andrew will be glad to hear that the fines is almost ready, and we'll be coming to Parliament to deal with the issue of littering. Madam Speaker, the country must take a stance against what is taking place in Jamaica. We can't close our eyes. And Madam Speaker, I would urge my colleagues on that side, let this be an effort where we are united in our effort to rid what is taking place in terms of illegal dumping and the breaking of the law, Madam Speaker. We must all, Madam Speaker, in whatever way we can, support the efforts. Because when we give arguments out of two sides, then people believe that we're not serious. It has no substance, Madam Speaker. And I urge, Madam Speaker, the prevention and mitigation against and the recovery after disaster is a stern test of any society. You will recall that in January 2022, Port Morais was almost submerged from heavy rains. While thankfully no one died, the effect on lives and livelihood was devastating. Over 800 households and businesses of various sizes were affected. I stated in my last presentation that the town of Port Morais would be next in line for the tsunami early warning system following its implementation in Old Harbour. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce that an additional $17 million have been allocated to the ministry through the Ministry of Finance to provide this system for Port Morais. So the member from Port Morais and his worship, the mayor, would be pleased that the addition to the siren that would be triggered when water exceeds the prescribed level, the system will produce data that will ultimately provide a flood prediction model. ADPEM will collaborate with the National Works Agency, the Meteorological Service of Jamaica, and the Water Resources Authority of Jamaica to implement the system. This system, not trumpet bell. This system is a vital complement of the Community Flood Alert System Improvement Project. As the name suggests, a flood alert system is a mechanism that develops information to inform people in flood-prone areas that flooding is possible or imminent. When the threat occurs, the system will give an alarm so that preventative action can be taken. In the last financial year, the flood alert system was implemented at Benson Fording in St. Andrew and Anion Town and Alley in Clarendon. I was there with the member from South Clarendon and the councillor from Southwest and the councillor recently. The first phase of the project include the erection of a public education warning sign community flood gauge, which will show the movement of water level and the stage of danger where were installed. Madam Speaker, traffic control gates were also built at Alley Bridge, and ADPEM held consultations with residents in these two communities so that the community engagement response team can be formed. The final phase of this project include the installation of a remote flood monitoring system. This phase is expected to be completed about now, Madam Speaker, to coincide with the start of the hurricane season. Through the use of sensor that will be attached to the bridge, a real-time remote flood monitoring system will collect data and transmit text and email to all stakeholders so they can make informed and rapid decisions. This real-time alert system will feature horns, lights, so that the people in these vulnerable communities can hear and see the danger at hand. This, Madam Speaker, is a first under the government of Prime Minister Andrew Holness and the Labour Party. Madam Speaker, who names her? Madam Speaker, ADPEM's capacity to provide relief supplies. ADPEM, the capacity of the organization to provide relief supplies, Madam Speaker, has been advanced some more. The Ministry of Finance have given another 17 million. Right, Madam Speaker? Work is being done on relief facilities that store goods, Madam Speaker. And 10 million will be spent to upgrade these facilities at the east and western areas, Madam Speaker. An additional $50 million has been allocated to critical institutions to ensure total readiness for natural and man-made disaster, including the 2023 hurricane season, which begins day after tomorrow. Madam Speaker, in this context, it was my distinct honor to have represented Jamaica at the United Nations General Assembly on the midterm review of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. This important meeting was held at the UN's office in New York on May 18 and 19, and Jamaica maintains the respect and the admiration of the international community as a leader in disaster risk management, Madam Speaker and colleagues. So, Madam Speaker, we cannot talk about the role of institutions in national development without including the Social Development Commission. Its role in community integration and community development through a range of programs and projects is critical as the government works to ensure microeconomic achievements are felt on the ground by our citizens. The SDC is one of the critical partners in the STAR project, and they are playing a critical role in the social transformation and renewal in a program created by the private sector organization of Jamaica and the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Madam Speaker, the role of the SDC has been enormous, and I don't have to go through all the achievements of the SDC. But one thing I can say, Madam Speaker, that the Social Development Commission, as I indicated last year, has commenced a comprehensive community center program, Madam Speaker. And this community center program, Madam Speaker, has been streamlined to target community centers. As a result of that program, 41 summer camps were held across the island, with over 2,000 children participating in these events. Madam Speaker, this year, the SDC has been provided with substantial financial resources to operate community centers, Madam Speaker, and we will be rolling out those programs within short order. Coming down, the social protection program is close to my heart. It is connected to my history as a councillor and mayor, and in my present capacity as minister. I will go the extra mile to assist the vulnerable population. The repair and maintenance of our infirmaries continue to be a major feature, Madam Speaker. This is even more important since the ban on visitors to residents were lifted early this year. Since then, Madam Speaker, we have seen a significant increase in the number of new residents in our infirmary. Major repairs were carried out at the Trelawney, St. Thomas, Vineyard Town, and Denham Town Golden Age Home at a cost of $35 million. Rehabilitation work was done on the Manchester Hanover and the George Abrams Home in Augustown at a cost of $28 million. 2 male wards at Westmoreland and Portland Infirmary were completed. 2 therapeutic parks were constructed in St. Mary and in St. James at a cost of $12 million. This year, $15 million will be spent to build a new matron quarters at the Hanover Infirmary and a therapeutic park for $5 million. Madam Speaker, a new kitchen, dining room at the St. James Infirmary, and in Westmoreland, the infirmary will benefit from a new kitchen and dining area by work designed and done by the Poor Relief Department. The St. Anne Infirmary will receive some $15 million to ensure that facility is up to speed, and the Trelawney Infirmary will be rehabilitated, Madam Speaker. The provisions of ambulances, Madam Speaker, is critical to the service of our infirmary, and ongoing discussions have been taking place. This year, we will provide 2 new ambulances, one to the St. Elizabeth and one to the Manchester Infirmary, infirmaries at a cost of over $38 million. Discussions are well advanced with the Chase Fund to assist us in providing more ambulances, Madam Speaker. This is one of the best achievements that we can possibly do, Madam Speaker, for these people within our infirmaries. We are, Madam Speaker, adding psychiatric nursing aid to the staff of our infirmary, Madam Speaker. Psychiatric nursing aid. Madam Speaker, the homeless population have seen a change under this government. We've seen the center on King Street built at a cost of $40 million, and we have provided another $35 million for phase 2 of that work, Madam Speaker. 35 persons will benefit in the first phase, and an additional 30, Madam Speaker, an additional 45 will benefit in the second stage. Work is well advanced on the Negril shelter. Recently, I opened the shelter in Falmouth to accommodate 20 persons, Madam Speaker, and the Clarendon night shelter, which is completed, will facilitate another 25 persons. Madam Speaker, there is an issue that I need the country and this House to join me in condemning: the brutal attack on our homeless population, where they are being murdered and badly beaten, Madam Speaker, by heartless Jamaicans. Last year, between January and April of this year, 20 homeless men were chopped, shot, set on fire. 1 killed. 8 was attacked in Kingston, in St. Anne, in St. Mary, and in Portland, Madam Speaker. One patriotic Jamaican answered the call, gave information, and 5 criminals have been arrested and charged. I want to thank that Jamaican for coming forward and provide information, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our indigent housing program continues to be glowing, Madam Speaker. I will not go through the list because I need to hear what my brother from St. Mary have to say. But there is the book of performance of the ministry that tells you in detail what this administration under local government has been able to achieve. But, Madam Speaker, there is one aspect of poor relief that I want to touch on before I conclude. There is a beacon of hope, young beacon of hope. Children of families served by poor relief. Madam Speaker, I am very pleased with the work of the Board of Supervision and the Poor Relief Department. What they are doing for the families and the children in terms of education. The ministry is committed to the scholarship program for outstanding students from these families. In the last financial year, we spent some 2.7 million in giving grants for these young people, Madam Speaker. The annual ceremony recognized the students who excel academically was held in March of this year. 48 students were awarded for outstanding achievements in PEP, CAPE, and other examinations, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, despite all of this, I am pleased to announce today that these students who are attending tertiary institutions in Jamaica who find it challenging, the government of Prime Minister Andrew Holness under the Poor Relief will be providing a grant of $50,000 for over 100 students from Poor Relief attending tertiary institutions. Madam Speaker, in concluding, Jamaica that we are living in now is not the same as we inherited in 2016. Despite the challenges, it is better today than it was then. Over these 7 years, inspired leadership and institutional development have resulted in better service for more of our people. This has been seen in local government, which has gained respect in its own right as a parochial government serving the people from the cradle to the grave. Madam Speaker, it must be acknowledged that the price of hard work is more work. My interaction with our people revealed that there are a great level of public expectation across all 228 divisions of the country. People are saying that they appreciate what has been done and they are asking us to continue and to stay longer to do it.
Long.
They are saying that the government, we did a great job in keeping Jamaica stable through COVID. But now they want to see us move a little quicker to reapply. The one main task that they are asking is for us to take the country upwards into prosperity while ensuring that no one is left behind. Madam Speaker, the government is seeing, the government is listening, the government accepts that these instructions from the people. The Ministry of Local Government, therefore, is resolved to intensify its contribution to national development. Accordingly, Madam Speaker, giving that proper housing is fundamental to human dignity, especially in the case of our indigent citizens. The social protection program will be boosted with an allocation of $73 million to construct more concrete indigent housing across Jamaica, namely Chambers, Penanover, Cheswick in St. Thomas, and Banks in Clarendon. Madam Speaker, greater institutional capacity is needed for the National Solid Waste Management Authority to further improve service delivery. Therefore, US $6.9 million will be spent this year to obtain an additional 50 garbage trucks. Madam Speaker, the modernization of the Jamaica Fire Brigade will continue this year with the recruitment of 200 additional firefighters at a cost of $125.5 million. This money is a part of an additional $640 million The Jamaica Fire Brigade has been given an additional $640 million in this year's budget, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are not only giving them the money, fire prevention is a key component of it, and the Ministry of Finance appreciate that, Madam Speaker. Presently, there are 70 fire prevention officers throughout the island. Because of the further assistance, it is moving from 70 to 140 prevention fire officers across the country. Our firefighters will get more personal protective gears at a cost of $152 million, Madam Speaker. 147 will be spent to give them more specialist equipment. 3 command vehicles will be procured at a cost of $22.5 million, Madam Speaker. Brand new fireboat to serve the town of Morais will begin with a deposit of $109 million, Madam Speaker. This year, the network of fire stations will be expanded and improved. The new fire station will be built in Balaclava and St. Elizabeth at a cost of over $20 million, Madam Speaker. A new fire station is to come on stream in Lionel Town in Clarendon, which will cost over $90 million, Madam Speaker. $70 million will be spent on upgrading the Anato Bay Fire Station. The York Park Fire Station, Madam Speaker, will get some benefit. But later on in the year, you will hear about what is going to be done to the York Park Fire Station under the government of Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Madam Speaker, the renovation of the Halfway Tree Station, the Buff Bay Station in Portland. Water, Madam Speaker, is a source that we can't do without. We completed a water shop in Commodore, Mile Gully in Manchester. Last year, we heard the cry for more water from communities in Manchester. Accordingly, new water shops will be built in Porous, Somerset, at John's Hall at a cost of $36 million. Madam Speaker, the one in John's Hall that we're building has a capacity of over 30,000 gallons of water. It's the largest water shop that we have undertaken, and nobody can tell me can't go to go open it because we build it. Madam Speaker, the daily supply in Plowden water catchment system will be rehabilitated. Finally, Madam Speaker, we are ramping up rural development. The country knows about the work done in Chambers Pen. This year, Cheswick in the town of St. Thomas will benefit from infrastructure work, new road work at a cost of $13 million to improve in Cheswick. We're spending $15 million on road, $13 million on water. And Madam Speaker, when I went to Cheswick, a young man said to me, Mr. McKenzie, I am 39 years old. He said the only time I see somebody come look at this half-finished community center is 3 months before election, and after election, nobody don't come back. Well, Cheswick, listen to me. $20 million will be used to renovate the community center in Cheswick. Eight indigent houses at a cost of $50 million will be built in Cheswick in St. Thomas for the indigents. More to come, the community of banks in Clarendon, which I toured with the Member of Parliament from Southwest and the council. Six indigent houses to be built at a cost of $10 million each. The rehabilitation of the basic school, and I've already written to Minister Williams on the matter. We will be taking care of that. For the first time, Madam Speaker, we are going to be building from the ground a brand new state-of-the-art community center in the community of Banks at a cost of $45 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a government of performance. I challenge any member in this House to get up and to dispute the performance of the Andrew Holness government, especially under local government. Madam Speaker, the administration is midway, at the midway mark of its second term, given to us by the people. Much has been done. Much more needs to be done, and much more will be done. Madam Speaker, we are doing serious work to give hope to our citizens. 7 years ago, Madam Speaker, and let me repeat this so that everybody here. 7 years ago, the people rejected empty, trumpeted promises and elected to be saved by the bell. From that time until now, we have worked hard every day to make Jamaica a far better place. We will be increasing and proudly call Jamaica home. Madam Speaker, the country is watching. The first half has ended. We have scored a few goals. We will not be complacent, Madam Speaker. We have been fired up by our captain. We are motivated, and we are about to re-enter the field for the second half. I say to everyone, keep watching, stay tuned. The best is yet to come.
Great. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Great. Saved by the best.
Nice water.
Okay, members.
Madam Speaker, I'm sure that this Honourable House was delighted with the excellent presentation by the Minister of Local Government and Community Development. I now invite you to ask the final speaker in this leg of the sectoral debate, the member from Central St. Mary, Dr. Morais, to make his presentation.
I now invite Dr. Morais, CD MP for St. Mary's Central, to make his contribution to the debate even as the students anxiously await his presentation.
Madam Speaker, I rise to make my third presentation as opposition spokesman on health and wellness and my 20th contribution to these debates, having made my first one in 2003 when the configuration of sectoral debates was of a different character. I want at the outset to join you in welcoming the students from my alma mater, the St. Mary High School, Madam Speaker. Who have journeyed from Highgate to be here today, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank you for welcoming them as well to this Parliament. It is on. At the outset, Madam Speaker, I want to thank Almighty God for giving me strength and wisdom to serve my fellow Jamaicans and my constituents who have placed me in this noble house. I want to thank my constituents who have continually reposed their confidence in me by re-electing me to be their Member of Parliament for the past 20 years and 5 elections. The journey has not always been smooth sailing. It has its ups and downs. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the satisfaction one gets from serving eclipses any disappointment. I want to express my gratitude to my constituency organization, comprising my constituency executive members who are here, divisional organizers, and the many hundreds of workers who will toil in the political vineyard. To my divisional chairman and vice chairman, I want to say a big thank you. Madam Speaker, there are also persons who are not named, but they know themselves who ensure that all arrangements are in place during and outside of the campaign period. I want to say a grateful thanks to them as well. Special thanks to my driver, Ricardo Trooper Henry, and security detail constable Albert Anderson for the long hours they work and for conveying me safely. To my party leader, Mr. Mark Golden, I want to say a big thank you for your guidance, your support, and your continued confidence in me holding the portfolio. To my parliamentary colleagues on both sides of the House, for their collegiality, friendship, and comradeship. Even though we are from different political parties, your comradeship always triumphs. Right, Bobby? And to you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, me MP, you know. And to you, Madam Speaker, for conducting the affairs of this Parliament. And you know, Madam Speaker, even though we don't always agree with your rulings, we have respectfully complied with them. Finally, Madam Speaker, to my family, my wife Nadine, who is not here, and my children, one, Kimberly, who is here, and Morais, and my 2 grandsons, Alexander and Zachary, for their forbearance and patience, for allowing me the time off from family and sharing me with the broader constituents. I'm eternally grateful, and I also want to say I love you even more for that. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that in welcoming the students from my alma mater, I hold the honor of being the first past student to be chairman of the board, the first past student to be a member of Parliament, and the second one is Member Montague from across the road. And as I said to our students earlier on, there's space for many more members of Parliament from St. Mary's School to sit here. Madam Speaker, the recent COVID-19 pandemic and the earlier dengue epidemic has shown how precarious Jamaica's health system is. And no matter how much whitewashing of the system those in power would have us to believe, the naked truth is very evident and revealing. The use of social media to show how excellent the system is has not worked. Madam Speaker, social media is a two-edged sword. And the narrative of the excellent system has not worked because the ordinary man, most often the poor, will tell you his story, a different story. He will tell you of the long waits and the agonizing pains he suffers trying to access care at any of the hospitals in Jamaica. He will tell you of the indignity and lack of compassion shown to the 100-plus-year-old Jamaican who turned up at Cornwall Regional Hospital in pain and yet was not seen with any urgency, languished in the A&E until a call was made to someone in authority. The mother will tell you of the long waits at the Bustamante Hospital for Children for attention to and treatment of their sick children and infant. Or the mothers will tell you that they were not able to take their babies home because they lost their babies during the outbreak of the perinatal infection at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital Nursery in summer of last year. They will tell you also, Madam Speaker, of the accident victim at the Alexandria Hospital who arrived there at 6 a.m. and no doctor or nurse to attend to them. And despite 2 ambulances on site, no driver to take them to another hospital to access treatment. The ordinary man will also tell you of the crowded conditions that he experiences on the ward of both the KPH and the Spanish Town Hospital, to name a few. He will tell you of the difficulty in getting a bed, even when he's admitted, or the fact that he has to lie on the mattress or a piece of sponge on the floor whilst he's been treated with an IV drip in his hand. Truth is, Madam Speaker, any and every hospital you go to across this country, there's more than the usual number of horror stories to demonstrate and confirm the ailing state of our health sector. In fact, Madam Speaker, the Ministry, in a publication entitled Human Resources for Health, Clinical Workforce, tabled in this House on May 3, 2023, shows a horrifying data. Buried in the introduction of this document is a statement, and I will quote, Madam Speaker, a review of the number of clients waiting in emergency room for beds show that an average of 300 to 500 patients may be found waiting across the island for beds daily, and this is mostly in the larger hospitals, unquote. The minister, in his May 3, 2023 presentation, told this honorable House of all the wonderful things that are happening and slated for development in the health sector. He spoke of improvements in the infrastructure and increase in the number of health professionals which will be added to the system. They are all commendable and needed, Madam Speaker. But don't hold your breath for the increase in the number of doctors right away. In fact, the minister said, and I quote, new posts of 1,112 doctors will be filled over time, and to support the build-out of the health services over the next 3 to 5 years, not now. As he did in his last sectoral presentation, as I did in my last sectoral presentation, I asked, what of the now? What plans are in place for the now? That's right. The minister should have asked the nation to be patient while he builds out. But can you ask for patience, Madam Speaker, when the woman is rushed to hospital requiring immediate surgery and there's no proper theatre available for that surgery to attend to the case? Delay, Madam Speaker, is dangerous, as we all have been taught. What era is this more applicable than in health? You know, Madam Speaker, every time I speak in these debates, I ask the minister to look at the low-hanging fruits and fix them, while he expands the system with the much ballyhooed 27 billion or US 178 million to be spent over the next 3 years. And as he said, the largest capital investment since independence, as he has declared. Yes, it is. But last year, the very day he was speaking, with the $1 million multimedia display in the Parliament, the air conditioning unit at the Medical Records Department at KPH, not having been functioning for some time, resulted in employees mounting a demonstration in protest that very day. This year was not much different. As fate would have it, The investment in this year's multimedia display malfunctioned at the initial part of the presentation, but was like karma, Madam Speaker. 6 days after the minister's presentation, news broke that the air conditioning unit at the dialysis center at the said KPH had not been working for 2 months. Simple things such as these, Madam Speaker, make a significant difference to the overall delivery of health care for the citizens. Absolutely. It is easy to blame the regional health authorities for failure, Madam Speaker, but at the end of the day, the minister is the one in charge. That's right. Section 93 of the Constitution gives him that responsibility. And for ease of reference, I'll read it. Where any minister has been charged with the responsibility for a subject or a department of government, he shall exercise general direction and control over their work relating to that region and over that department, unquote. But I would say, Madam Speaker, the presentation had many things that the opposition can identify with and commend. The expansion in the infrastructure, the proposed increase in the number of nurses, the increased aggression in stemming NCDs, proposed greater attention to customer service at the health facilities, and the digitization of the health records are all timely and well-deserved. Madam Speaker, I commend the minister for listening to recommendations and comments from the opposition. The problem I have, though, Madam Speaker, is that he doesn't listen well enough. And when he does, there's a long lead time in implementation. In 2021, and again last year in my sectoral presentation, I made a pitch for more renal dialysis units across the country and recommended at least 1 per regional hospital initially. I'm happy to note that since that presentation, Madam Speaker, the minister has been able to provide, since that presentation, he has been able to provide more units for KPH, 10 new ones, and Spanish Town Hospital, 10 refurbished ones in September last year, and 10 new ones in April of this year. And he has even toured the one at Cornwall Regional Hospital, which he has never done before. In 2020, I spoke about the need to equip and provide greater service to primary care. I see a primary care healthcare document reform program to start this year. And the minister has taken heed and plans to outfit these health centers and employ more doctors for the health centers in keeping with those recommendations. Last year, I spoke of the need to have health centers doing checkups for patients or clients walking in off the street. I'm happy to see that in the plans that the minister has, he has arranged for patients knowing their numbers by having clinics to do checkups. Similarly, Madam Speaker, prostate checks were highlighted by me as a must-do by health centers to enable early detection and stem progression to invasive prostate cancer. I note he has announced the health centers will do this now, and there will be a facility through the National Health Fund to provide for this segment of population to access PSA checks. But, Madam Speaker, the facility with the payment of $1,600 towards PSA checks for national NHF card holders over 40 years old won't solve the problem of reducing prostate cancer. This subsidy will only apply to persons who are currently enrolled in the National Health Fund for 1 or more of the 17 conditions covered. The screening age for prostate cancer in Jamaica starts at age 40. A significant number of men who have reached 40 are basically healthy and do not have any of the 17 conditions listed and covered by the NHF, and would therefore not possess an NHF card, and therefore would not benefit from the subsidy at the ideal screening age. So essentially, the program announced by the minister will not really serve to catch prostate cancer in the early stages in many persons at a time when it is more than likely curable. I've advocated for all men over the age of 40 to be covered under this facility, Madam Speaker, but yet again, the minister has not listened. The approach to primary care, to have mobile clinics in deep rural communities, has been like a broken record play coming from the PNP junior spokesman, Mr. Jesse Clarke, on health and wellness, who has been championing the proposal ever since he was appointed in 2021. I see now, Madam Speaker, that the minister has announced that this recommendation will finally come to fruition with the retrofitting of some of the COVID-19 buses to become mobile health centers. Madam Speaker, I have on many occasions been critical of the actions of the minister and his ministry. The recent case where the minister took too long to inform the country of the type of pathogens or germs causing the increase in the number of cases of acute respiratory illnesses at the hospitals and in the country. He was quick on the draw and responded by saying, quote, people can stay outside and look on and be critical, unquote. But what minister needs to know, Madam Speaker, is that critique is shared by those inside, but because of fear of victimization and intimidation have kept quiet and have sought to have it addressed in other fora. Madam Speaker, in my presentation last year I said, and I quote, the government is advised to expeditiously reinstate the usual childhood vaccination at this time to ensure that all children are fully vaccinated, and further, to prevent the possibility of an outbreak of measles, which is currently being experienced in some part of the world, with WHO and UNICEF reporting a 79% increase of measles in the first 2 months of 2020 compared to a similar period in 2021. And further warning that conditions are ripe for serious outbreaks of vaccine-preventable diseases, unquote. Things have not changed much since then, Madam Speaker. The latest report from the Ministry of Health and Wellness says we're lagging in MMR vaccination. Jamaica, that is the measles, mumps, and rubella. Jamaica has traditionally had high vaccination rates for children, usually in the high 90s, a feat that is envied by others across the world. We are now lagging. And what is of more concern is that the measles, mumps, and rubella vaccination rate is in the mid-80s range, Madam Speaker. We cannot afford to retrogress and expose the country to a possible outbreak of either measles, mumps, or rubella. What of the HPV vaccination program in girls? Is the ministry persisting in resuming this program without the public education? Is the minister aware that part of the reluctance to this vaccination is because of the ignorance of the parents? The government has a duty, the ministry has a duty to advise parents of the need of this type of vaccination. But instead, in 2017, tried to bulldoze the program, ultimately leading to its failure. If it is to resume, I would encourage the minister to proceed with utmost haste to have a public information program to inform the country of the benefits. What is also startling, Madam Speaker, is that the program to immunize boys is now underway. As news coming out this very month is that the ministry is rolling out the HPV vaccination program for boys. That is commendable, as it will reduce the sexually transmitted HPV burden which causes cancer of the cervix. But I dare say it will come to the same fate as the female program due to the lack of proper communication and education. The start of the program made news headlines only because it was mentioned to the councillors in the Westmoreland Municipal Corporation by the Ministry of Health, the Medical Officer of Health, that it would begin in that parish. There was no other ministry announcement. No program can run like that, Madam Speaker. No sanky, no sing so. Government must immediately undertake a program of public education before embarking on this adventure. Peradventure, it turns into a misadventure. Yes, peradventure, it turns into a misadventure. The minister's sectoral presentation, Madam Speaker, was entitled, Know Your Numbers. I was bemused actually, Madam Speaker, because I wondered whether the minister knew his numbers as it relates to Cornwall Regional Hospital. Apart from the 7-year saga, of which the minister had control of the hospital, we all know it's still a far way from rehabilitation and restoration. Up to 2022, Madam Speaker, the budget for the restoration of Cornwall Regional Hospital was $5.4 billion. On a tour in 2021, in January 2021, I made the observation that the cost of restoring of Cornwall Regional Hospital would be in the range of 10 to 12 billion. The minister rubbished my projection and was quoted in the print media saying, and I quote, "I am not sure where my parliamentary colleague would have gotten that figure, as that is the figure I have been working with, or not the number I have been working with, or that I have been informed of," unquote. He further went on to say on a radio station, "It's hard to give a specific number, but based on what we are working with at this point, it's probably a third of that, a third of the $10 to $12 million that we're looking at." In May, again in 2022, Madam Speaker, I again toured the facility. And my pronouncement that Cornwall Regional Hospital would take about $10 billion to complete restoration and rehabilitation. It seems, Madam Speaker, that the Minister of Health had taken his cue from my statement. And by the 2023-24 budget presented in Parliament in February of this year, the figure reached $10.5 billion.
What?
Yes.
What?
But there's more, Madam Speaker. Interestingly, 6 weeks later, on a tour of the hospital, the said minister, who is urging us to know our numbers, quoted another number, an escalated number of $14.1 billion.
When will it stop?
Madam Speaker, apart from his not knowing his numbers, the minister has been shortchanging the people of Western Jamaica with a protracted delay in the completion of the facility, the pains endured by the patients, and the accompanying below-par treatment areas are abominable. You know, Madam Speaker, the minister never fails to remind us that the issues of Cornwall Regional didn't start under his watch. He blames everything that has gone awry in the health sector on previous administration. It is time the minister owns up. Hug it up! Hug it up! He has been minister for 7 years.
That's right.
As the minister earlier on said, who preceded me in the sectoral. 7 years they have been there. And if this minister remains so even after the reshuffle, at the rate the minister is going, he might be tempted to lay blame on the Minister of Health in the late 1960s who conceptualized and built this Cornwall Regional Hospital. But truth be told, Madam Speaker, truth be told, he would have some sympathy there, as the Cornwall Regional Hospital concept was for a temperate model hospital but placed in a tropical country. That aside, the minister ought to take responsibility, as he entitled his 2018 sectoral presentation, Taking Responsibility. This is where it is. But we are where we are now, Madam Speaker. The minister has been there for 7 years. Taking responsibility means you own the positives and the negatives.
Absolutely.
So own the protracted delay at Cornwall Regional Hospital. He also owns the VJH baby saga of 2020. He owns the death in COVID-19 due to oxygen shortage. History will be kind to him, Madam Speaker, and remember him as a minister who took responsibility for all the fouls up. I was going to use another word, Madam Speaker, I might have earned your wrath, as well as all the successes under his watch.
That's right. Hold it up.
Madam Speaker, like the people of Western Jamaica, we wait with bated breath for the completion of the facility and the long hope for the day when the indignity of patient care will be a thing of the past. Madam Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic was declared over by the WHO in early May 2023. I want to again express our thanks and appreciation to the thousands of healthcare workers who worked during the pandemic to protect us, thereby reducing the impact of the mortality from the disease. To all the doctors, nurses, porters, cleaner attendants, ambulance drivers, in fact, every healthcare worker in Jamaica's public and private healthcare system. I also want to express deep condolences to the family of those healthcare workers who died as a result of COVID-19 in their efforts to care for the sick. Jamaica's management of the COVID-19 pandemic has come in for some commendations, as the minister said in the sectoral presentation. He reported that a total of 3,514 persons in Jamaica died from COVID-19, doing better than the USA, the UK, Italy, Trinidad and Tobago, St. Lucia, Bahamas, Barbados, Canada, among others. Madam Speaker, my intention now is not to detract from the yeoman service of our healthcare workers during the COVID pandemic, but again to ask the minister, does he know his numbers? Yeah. In May 2020, I asked the minister to have the technocrats look at the excess deaths in this country as a result of COVID-19 against the background of the phenomena occurring in Russia, where deaths were underreported. Yeah. The minister replied by saying, and I quote him, I'm told that there is no discernible difference in terms of deaths, unquote. The Gleaner headlined it, Tufton Guy Tufton in Russian roulette over virus deaths. The Gleaner article went on to quote figures from the RGD, which didn't support any excess deaths in the first 3 months. However, in his 2023 presentation, in this document, the minister said that in the year 2020, 22,022 persons died in Jamaica. Died in Jamaica, the sum total. Right. Interestingly, Madam Speaker, the RGD only recorded 19,728. But let us use the minister's figure of 22,022. Madam Speaker, excess deaths are typically defined as the difference between observed number of deaths in specific time periods and expected number of deaths in the same time period. So looking at the deaths, in 2018, Jamaica had 18,847 deaths. In 2019, 20,092. In 2020, which is a COVID year, according to the ministry's figures, we had 22,022 deaths. In 2021, we had 25,756. And in 2022, when COVID was coming back down again, we had 20,588. So, Madam Speaker, if we're looking at excess deaths, and we established that the expected number of persons in the preceding years to be an average 19,000 per death year, we see we are in 2020, where there was 303 COVID-19 deaths, as per the ministry's data on the website, that the number of deaths should be around 19,300 or plus. Right. What were the numbers? A whopping 22,022, almost 2,500 more than what should be the figure. Let us look at 2021, where we had 2,173 COVID-19 deaths. And using the same baseline, we would expect a total of just over 21,000 deaths. The data given is that we had 25,756 deaths, almost 5,000 more than would be expected. In 2022, with 989 deaths, the number of deaths expected would be around 20,000 or 19,000 plus 989, round it up to 20,000. Yet we had 20,588. So our actual mortality during the COVID-19 pandemic from COVID-19 may not be as low as we have been told by the minister, giving rise to such glowing management numbers, but significantly higher. I'm speaking about the period and the minister's reporting. Further, Madam Speaker, many researchers worldwide are now looking at excess deaths to give a fuller picture of the human loss due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Speaker, the Minister made heavy weather of the Code Care program and its impact on reducing the number of backlogging surgeries. Another case he has blamed on the previous administration. But whilst the end result is desirable and commendable, I would advise the Minister to pay more attention to the facilities. No, man, I won't. No, fine.
Madam Speaker, the member's time having expired, and in the spirit of the debate and in full cognizance of his own appreciation of how critical it is to finish in good time, I ask that he be allowed to complete his presentation.
Members, the question before us is that the member be given sufficient time to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Member?
I would advise the Minister to pay more attention to the facilities at the local and regional hospitals to ensure that they are functioning. If they are, then we can offer service to the suffering people of this country. Last year, Madam Speaker, this Minister said, quote, Madam Speaker, our special intervention this year with Code Care will see an additional 1,000 surgeries over the next 10 months to clear up most, if not all, the backlogs. He reports this year that 950 surgeries have been done under this program, but goes on to say, in the meantime, with only 50% of our surgery targets met, we will continue Code Care with an additional 1,000 surgeries to be completed. The question is, to the Minister, is what was the backlog numbers? If you're saying that in 2022, that there are 1,000 surgeries to clear up most, if not all, the backlogs, and you have done almost 1,000 surgeries last year, why is there a backlog?
Yes. Good question. Yes. Work question.
But he says that only 50% of the target was met. Is this another case of the Minister not knowing his numbers? Startling too, Madam Speaker, is that there's another publication entitled Achievements in the Achievement Highlights laid in the House. That very day the Minister was speaking. And in the priorities for 2023-24, states under Code Care was renewed public-private partnership for the outsourcing of elective surgery, 22,000 backlogged elective surgeries. Here, what are the actual numbers? So we asked the Minister to tell us, to know your numbers. In his sectoral presentation of 2020, the Minister indicated that the Ministry would be spending some $4 billion over 2 years, starting that financial year.
So where was the money spent?
That would see all Type A facility having an MRI, a CT scan machine, all Type B facilities have a CT scan machine, and all hospitals having ultrasound and X-ray machines. I'm quoting from the Minister's presentation last year. Even last year, Madam Speaker, the Minister was exploring public-private partnerships for leasing and service to reduce downtime and ensure optimal use of the equipment for the benefit of the people of Jamaica. 1 year has elapsed. Yep. And this year, the Minister comes back with the same statement and indicates that they only started the tender process for the procurement of 49 pieces of equipment. And that the process of procurement will take 9 months, plus another 6 months for supply and commissioning of the equipment. So certainly, the 2-year period advance in 2020 will not be a reality, while patients and the country will have to wait until 2025 for the facilities to be equipped under this arrangement. What progress has been made here? We would have expected the Minister to come this year to tell the nation that the process of equipping the facilities is far advanced, and the hospitals will be equipped in this fiscal year, the second of the 2-year period he quoted last year. Why the tardiness? Whilst the plan sounds good, Madam Speaker, the country is crying out for in-house diagnostic arrangements. Too often constituents come to the MP's office asking about assistance for doing diagnostic procedures. When they are told that this facility exists at the hospital, they are said no one told them. Only when they are sent back, only when they are sent back to the hospital to ask about it, they are told about that assistance.
That is true.
I am asking the minister, can we not make the process simpler and less time-consuming and less anxious for those patients? When the minister announced the program in 2020, I asked him to expand the program for clients who access care at the health centers and to enable them to get diagnostic investigations under the PPP diagnostic program. This has not been done, and these poor patients must still rely on relatives or come to the MP's office or suffer without knowing exactly what is wrong with them. You know, Madam Speaker, last year, the minister said nothing about Kingston Public Hospital. Nothing. He said nothing last year about Kingston Public Hospital. Look for it, it's here, right? In fact, I raised the question last year as to why the premier teaching hospital and trauma hospital in the English-speaking Caribbean, which required significant attention, had not featured in the minister's presentation. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to note that this year he spent one whole page, devoted one whole page to KPH. The truth is, Madam Speaker, Kingston Public Hospital, in as much as the minister is putting together a team for the comprehensive overhaul of the hospital, cannot wait the completion of this assessment. And the member from Central, from Kingston West know that too. The KPH serves the vast majority of patients in the public sector based on the multidisciplinary areas of health that it covers. All hospitals in this country, including the University Hospital of the West Indies, refer patients to KPH. But quite frankly, Madam Speaker, the conditions at KPH are not conducive to proper care and recovery programs. I would encourage the minister that in tandem with this comprehensive plan for the overall of the Kingston Public Hospital, that he allocates more than the $300 million which he has targeted for improvement at the hospital. As I said earlier on, picking low-hanging fruits can redound to the more efficient functioning of the facility and ultimately better patient care. Having said that, however, Madam Speaker, I want to hail the workers at the KPH. The doctors, the nurses, and all the support staff for being able to provide quality treatment options in spite of the conditions under which they have to operate. Madam Speaker, whilst we have noted some improvement in the number of the renal dialysis units in the various centers, there is need to bolster the numbers in the established centers even more, as well as establish units in other areas. St. Anthony Hospital cannot await the 10-year strategic plan of the ministry to finally have a renal dialysis unit. That plan for St. Anthony has to and must be now. Currently, dialysis units are at Cornwall Regional, Mandeville Regional Hospital, Kingston Public Hospital, Spanish Town, and the University Hospital of the West Indies. For equity. And because the need exists, Madam Speaker, the ministry needs to establish one in the Northeast area health region. This is vital for patients who need this life-saving service so they can access in the public health sector at the regional hospital instead of paying the $25,000 to $30,000 per week minimum in the private sector. A 10-year wait, Madam Speaker, will see tens of thousands dying. Madam Speaker, the National Health Fund is celebrating its 20th anniversary of sterling service to the people of Jamaica. And I also had the honor of being a member of the Joint Select Committee of the Parliament, which deliberated on the NHF bill in 2003, which led to its eventual passage later that year. I want to salute those who have worked over the years in the institution, as well as the present leadership in serving the people of Jamaica. The fund currently gives 17 subsidies for 17 medical conditions. I'm recommending, Madam Speaker, that in a timely manner, the NHF looks at other illnesses to which subsidies can be given. And one that comes readily to mind is thyroid conditions, which is on the increase in Jamaica. But there's something more a little concerning, Madam Speaker. I perused a document tabled by the Minister coming from the fund, and again speaks to know your numbers. I see where the recommended blood sugar level 2 hours after a meal, Madam Speaker, being indicated at a value of 11 millimoles or less. Don't worry about the millimoles, the unit. I immediately felt uncomfortable that given such a reading would give the false sense of security to the individual trying to prevent one of the NCDs or to control his diabetes. So I decided that I was going to reassess my medical knowledge, and I consulted 2 foremost University of the West Indies medical professors. And my discomfiture was shared by them as well with such a publication, as they teach and practice a much lower figure. Can the Minister have another look at this with a view to correcting it? Failing in that effort in reducing NCDs could be defeated. But interestingly, Madam Speaker, in another document tabled that very day by the Minister entitled Living Well, the correct figure is given as 7.8 millimoles or less. I would really exhort the Minister to know his numbers and have his ministry give us the right numbers. Madam Speaker, although we are out of the dengue season right now, we are still seeing cases. Can the Minister update the Parliament and the country on the mosquito control program, more specifically the pilot on sterile insect technique, launched in 2018 and funded to the tune of $42 million by USAID? We need to know what is happening to all those sterile mosquitoes, Madam Speaker.
That's what they have been removed.
The final determination of a national health insurance system has taken too long, Madam Speaker. In 2019, the Minister tabled the Green Paper on a national health insurance plan. In 2020, he appointed, in 2022, he appointed Dr. Damian King to lead the healthcare financing review, and he was tasked to specifically lead the national discussions on the current challenges we are facing with health finances and implications for poverty and economic and social advancement of Jamaicans. We have heard for an entire year of these national discussions, but we are now presented with this new document, Financing the Cost of Health Care in Jamaica, which outlines the government's program to achieve this necessity. From the Minister too. We are never short of studies or proposals for study in this country. However, from all indication, Madam Speaker, we are now seeking to kick the can further down the road, and the same socially disadvantaged citizens of this country will continue to suffer. Madam Speaker, it is regrettable that the Minister is not here today. I know he's in Geneva, probably on his way back after attending the World Health Organization Assembly. One of the matters for discussion there would have been the WHO new pandemic treaty, which based on information will have serious implications for national and sovereign decisions in any future pandemic. I'm hoping, however, that, Madam Speaker, that the Minister has not gone to sign away Jamaica's position on this new pandemic treaty before some national discussions on the proposal or even a parliamentary debate on some of the implications of this treaty. Many calls and correspondence have come to me, and I have no doubt to the Minister, as opposition spokesman on health and wellness, with a view to encourage the Minister and the government to have national discussions on this. We would hope that the only assurance the Minister will give in Geneva is that Jamaica will have further discussion before affixing its signature. And interestingly, Madam Speaker, this hot topic is being debated in many countries around the world, and even more recently in the UK Parliament, there have been concerns about this new pandemic treaty. Madam Speaker, I will end where I started. To improve this parlous state of health is going to take funding as well as the will to do it. Things have dragged on for too long.
Too long.
The minister has been sitting in the chair for 7 years, right, Desmond? 7 years. But continues to blame the last administration for many of the ills of the health sector.
16 years ago.
COVID-19 too is blamed for many of the shortcomings, when at the same time COVID-19 exposed the underbelly of the ailing health system. Time has come to stop blaming all and take the bull by the horn. The people deserve more and expect more than given since they elected you. There are many simple things that can be done to improve the state of the facilities and the quality of care. Small investments in facility will yield better results. As an opposition, Madam Speaker, thank you, Minister. As an opposition, we reserve the right to critique a government. But at the same time, as a responsible opposition, we will give suggestions which we know will result in better governance of our people and in this portfolio, health of the citizens of this country. Madam Speaker, today my heart is full. I reflect on the many recommendations I made on behalf of a future PNP government in my sectoral presentation in July 2020. And compare with those that I've seen now the government implementing. And it warms my heart, Madam Speaker, because all of them were borrowed recommendations. These recommendations were, and I will iterate them. In 2020, I said, first, the ideal budget of 5% for health of GDP, the gold standard born by the World Health Organization Commission study in 2003. Currently, the country was just about 3.6%, and attaining 5 would allow the sector to be able to address the deficiencies that currently exist. We expand our public health services and build more health centers in the rural areas. We see some of that happening. We will operationalize all our rural health centers and assign nurses to them with doctors on a frequent rotation in these clinics. We will build and expand renal dialysis units in all Type B regional hospitals across the country. We will give our nurses job security they deserve and expand establishment to reduce migration. We will expand the number of personnel and equip the National Public Health Lab so pathology specimens will have a shorter turnaround time. We will equip all major hospitals with cutting-edge working radiological services so the poor patient unable to afford the private facilities will be cared for in the public sector with the same standard of care. Madam Speaker, Hansard of 2020 will reveal that these are the exact things that we said. We will operationalize an efficient repair and maintenance program in the in the hospital and health centers. So the length of service we get from equipment will be maximized and lengthened. We'll expand the establishment of medical consultants so we can benefit from their expertise, especially in the rural areas. And we will engage our young doctors in an incentive program where they can serve in rural communities for a period that would guarantee them government pay a portion of their student loans. When you dissect the minister's sectoral, you will see many of those ideas finally come into fruition, albeit 3 years later. However, Madam Speaker, these are not the totality of our plans. We will implement a national insurance scheme, a national health insurance scheme, where the poorest centile wouldn't pay any contribution. We will expand primary health care across the country, which would involve upgrading of some of the health centers, establishing mobile clinics in the deep rural areas, and expanding the number of community health aides across the country. These community health aides, Madam Speaker, will be based in the communities as opposed to their current operations within hospitals and health centers. The reorganization of the regional health authorities to make them more efficient and more responsive to the needs of the people they serve. They're advocating for incremental increase to the health budget to bring it closer to 6% of GDP. That's right. The training and retention of healthcare professionals, especially nurses, will be a priority. Yes. This would involve government resuming allocation of resources for scholarship and grants to nursing students and bonding them. This has to be complemented by the expansion of the number of permanent posts in the health system for nurses, ensuring that there is security of tenure as opposed to the contractual provisions as now exist. Similarly, for doctors, although we train sufficient numbers of doctors, we are not able to utilize them in the health system. We are proposing that after internship and a senior house officer one position, that they be deployed to serve in the deep rural communities, and incentivize this by offering them scholarships for postgraduate training after a specified period in the rural areas. This would require the establishment of more permanent posts and, of course, budgetary implications, but it has to be a priority. Expansion of the major trauma hospitals and regional as well as type B hospitals in the country. KPH, UHWI, St. Anne's Bay Hospital, Savannah Lamar, Anata Bay, Maypen. So overcrowding will be reduced, plus patients will access treatment closer to their community. Madam Speaker, our goal is the creation of a better healthcare system for all. A system that provides equity for all citizens of this country in being able to access health. Indeed, Madam Speaker, that is our mission. As we recognize that our country, Jamaica, cannot grow unless our people are healthy, and that we cannot continue to earn our place in this world as a country of greatness unless we are healthy and well. Madam Speaker, I thank you. God bless Jamaica.
Plenty details.
Usha, thank you. Let's that's it. You want to talk about that?
Madam Speaker, we really would like to thank the member from St. Mary's Central for his presentation. And, you know, Madam Speaker, it is when members use their discretion to enable extensions to be effectively, properly utilized and to enable concise presentations within the context of the time constraints that we operate in here. It gives us the energy, Madam Speaker, to continue to offer extensions of time for speakers. But just to say, Madam Speaker, that quite a bit of reforms are coming in terms of our thinking in relation to how we conduct the business of the House. And when I make the closing remarks to this sectoral debate, we will be looking at a few areas, some of which the Leader of Opposition Business and myself have actually spoken about, as to how to make it more efficient use of time in the House, but more importantly to ensure that we can be more useful to the cause that we represent, especially in terms of evaluation of activities in this House, and more important, the review of the activities of the Executive. Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the recommittal of announcements and for motions to be given orally. And of course, Madam Speaker, questions and answers to questions. Madam Speaker, in closing, I'd like to move for the suspension of the sectoral debate today until tomorrow. Members, thank you. Until tomorrow, Wednesday the 31st, when the Speaker is expected to be the Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, House Leader. I too want to join in saying that both speakers this evening delivered well to the Parliament, and we thank you both. I know the question before us is for the suspension of the sectoral debate. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. And members, the second question before us is for the recommittal on the agenda of the items, announcements, notices of motions given orally, and questions and answers to questions, after which we will then revert to public business. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following. Annual report of the Tourism Product Development Company Limited for the financial year 2019-2020. The Chief Justice's annual statistics reports for the parish courts of Jamaica for the year 2020, 2021, and 2022 civil matters. First, supplementary estimates for the financial year 2023, 2024, and the Integrity Commission report of investigation concerning allegations of impropriety, irregularities, and conflicts of interest at the Factories Corporation of Jamaica Limited.
Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I'll move the following motion. Be it resolved that the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2023-2024, which was laid on the table of the House on the 30th day of May 2023, be referred to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Questions and answers to questions.
Madam Speaker, I now invite. No, it's me.
Madam Speaker, I now ask the Minister of Finance to answer the questions in my name.
Minister.
First of all, I'd like to extend to the member my appreciation for the patience that he has exercised under the circumstances, right? Because at the end of the day, even though the entity of which you've asked questions, the government has an investment in, it's a commercial entity. And we've gone through a time period where it has been necessary to stay out of the airwaves with respect to these matters. The questions, Madam Speaker, would the Minister please state whether the Jamaica alumina plant is operational? The response, the Jamaica refinery is operational. And remember, Jamaica is a refinery in which the government has a minority 45% stake. The powerhouse was restarted in July 2022 and alumina production commenced in August. The first shipment of alumina left the port in September 2022. The plant is currently operating at 80% of its capacity, which is 3,100 tons per day, versus a peak of 3,840 tons per day, limited by the powerhouse boiler steam supply capacity. Question number 2. Will the Minister please indicate whether all damage caused by the recent fire has been repaired? Response. As the member is aware, the fire at Jamaica was in April 2021, and it caused extensive damage to the powerhouse. August 2021, I'm sorry. The Jamaica restoration program commenced in September of 2021. Prior to the restart of the powerhouse in July of 2022, that should be, the successfully completed restoration activities included the rebuilding of the main turbine generator number 3, repairs to boiler 6 and 6B, and installation of new electrical instrumentation and control systems. A new control room with all the necessary process control hardware was constructed, and full powerhouse operation and control capabilities were restored. A heavy fuel oil heating and pumping system was constructed, tested, and commissioned in December 2022 and has operated excellently, eliminating the need for the purchase of extremely expensive natural gas for boiler operations or steam generation thereafter. The areas of the powerhouse restoration exercise still to be completed include the purchase and installation of a new 40-megawatt turbine generator to replace turbine generators number 1 and 2, and the repairs return to service to high-pressure boilers numbers 4 and 5. Alumina production at the refinery recommenced in August 2022, with the refinery operating on a single digester basis at approximately 55% of plant capacity. In February 2023, the refinery returned to 2 digester operation at approximately 75% of plant capacity, ramping up to 80% by the end of April 2023. The current goal is to return to pre-fire capacity of 90% of nameplate capacity, with the completion of the restoration of boiler 5 at the end of Q4 of 2023. The addition of the second steam turbine and the repairs to boiler 4 will provide greater operational efficiency and flexibility and the redundancy necessary for ongoing maintenance. Question number 3, would the Minister please inform this Honourable House of the amount of money recovered through claims made on the plant's insurers in respect of the fire? Jamaica has received a total of $250 million to date from its insurers, and that, I believe, is the full amount of the insurance that it had in place prior to the fire. Question 4, what financial contribution has been made by Clarendon Alumina Production to the repairs at Jamaica? Response, Clarendon Alumina Production Limited has not made any direct contribution to the cost of repairs at Jamaica. The repairs to the powerhouse, which have allowed the refinery to be back in operation, were financed entirely from insurance proceeds paid to the insured, which is Jamaica. Would the Minister, question 5, would the Minister please inform this Honourable House of the cost to the Jamaican economy of the loss of production at Jamaica? Response, the closure of the Jamaica plant and loss of production during September 2021 to July 2022 contributed to a fallout in overall GDP of somewhere between 0.6% to 1.4%. Question 6, would the Minister please update this Honourable House on the financial position of CAP? Response, CAP reported an accumulated deficit of $260 million as at $260.34 million as at January 31st, 2023. CAP also reported assets of $291.46 million as at the same date. CAP is financed by a loan of $259 million from the Government of Jamaica. That's a loan balance as at January 31st, 2023. And of this amount, member, you will recall that $137 million was used to repay Noble Resources Limited for the loan which was taken by CAP in 2013. And $60 million of this loan from the government was used to repay CAP's working capital deficit to the Jamaica joint venture. And the remainder was used to fund CAP's ongoing obligation to the Jamaica joint venture. Since resumption of production at Jamaica, CAP receives monthly an average of about $9 million from the sale of alumina, contributing to the total sales of $52.88 million for the period to date. These sales are specifically for the period August 2022, since the restart of operations, to January 2023, and the inflows are used to offset CAP's 45% of operating obligations to Jamaica.
Madam Speaker, I have some follow-up questions that I wish for the Minister to address. Firstly, Minister, you have reported in answering the questions that Jamaica has received a total of $250 million from the proceeds of the insurance. Can I ask if that money has been spent fully? If not, how much has been spent? And in relation to the update on the enterprise at the restoration of the function of the refinery, can I ask you to be a little bit more specific? Because it is my understanding that the refinery was destroyed, the actual powerhouse was destroyed by fire. And what has happened to facilitate the restart of the enterprise are some borrowed temporary boilers. Four borrowed boilers instead of the restoration of the actual plant that was damaged. So my question to you is, of that 250 million, which was estimated to be able to do a full restoration of the damaged power plant, how much of that has been spent, and when will the power plant be fully reestablished so that we can return the borrowed boilers? No, I just need to know that because I have a... No, it depends on your answer.
Say it louder. So you'll recall, member, that the fire brought production to a halt at Jamaica. The insurance proceeds were received and took by Jamaica, which is an operating company in which the government is a passive minority shareholder. Jamaica has used those proceeds, and I wouldn't want to say it categorically that every dime of it has been used, but I know a substantial amount has been. Used those proceeds on general and operating expenditure, as well as for capital expenditure, inclusive of repairs to the powerhouse, as well as for maintaining the full complement of staff during the nearly, year-long period with no production occurring at the plant. You'll recall that some of the insurance claim was what they call loss of business. So the insurance proceeds allowed the company to keep on operating even though it had no revenue. So it could keep its full complement of staff, pay its creditors, pay its bills for the full year of operation, or about that, I can't remember the exact month to month. And so those insurance proceeds went towards those purposes: general and operating expenditure, repair of capex towards the repair of the powerhouse, other capex, maintenance of salaries, and essentially ensuring that all the creditors to the company, those creditors were paid the amounts that were due to them. The question you had, yes, in order to start the operations, and I will say to you, remember that not all of your questions I will be able to answer here. Some of them, the management or the board at appropriate time will have a press conference and will delve into the technical details. But in order to restart operations as quickly as possible, yes, some boilers were installed on a temporary basis, and that is what allowed the entity to restart restart the sales of alumina as quickly as it actually did. I mentioned to you that up until, as at this year, end of April, the plant was at 80% of capacity, which is quite an achievement, seeing that we were at 0% of capacity up to a few months ago. So we're at 80% of capacity, and the plan is to return to pre-fire capacity with the completion of the restoration of boiler number 5 by the end of 2023. And I think that answers the second part of your question.
No, I'm still very concerned because, as I mentioned, we are where we're at today because of some borrowed capacity. we have not yet restored the boiler, which was what was damaged. I just want to know if we have utilized the 250 million, because your predecessor minister had informed this House quite correctly that the aim was to restore the plant from the proceeds of the insurance to its full capacity as a powerhouse. If we have to return those borrowed plants, for which I'm sure we have paid out of the proceeds for them being here, what is going to happen to that boiler house? That facility which was damaged by the fire, who is going to pay for that? Where will those funds come from? I think that's a very important issue, Minister, for which I really do need an understanding before we can get into the true financial position of CAP going forward.
So I don't want to sort of detain the House without the technical details. If you really want me to go into powerhouse and steam and boiler and gas and so on, I think we might, right. So if we can just keep it at a policy level, with your permission, and I'll answer, the essence of your questions. The temporary arrangements were made with boilers that were, we got them into the country quite quickly, with the full intention of completely repairing the firehouse and installing, our own boilers. And we are far on the way in doing that, with the 5th boiler to come in place by 2023. I explained to you that the insurance proceeds were used and have been used on general and operating expenses to keep that plant functional, let me use that word, without the production of any alumina, without any revenues. It would have cost a considerable amount. The entity did not lay off staff, even though revenues plunged to zero. And to maintain its staff and to put itself in a position where all of its creditors could be paid, it drew down on its loss of business insurance and used the proceeds in that way. Some of the insurance proceeds were also used in the repair of the firehouse and were used for other CapEx projects as well. So I think I've answered that.
It's just that I am still not too clear if the $250 million will enable the full restoration of the plant, as was announced prior to your taking over the portfolio.
Well, so there's a new majority owner now, okay, as you are aware. And the plan is not simply now to restore to where we were. The plan, as I understand it, is to go a little bit further, to put Jamaica in a position that it can be in the upper half, the top 2 quartiles, in terms of efficiency for the production of aluminum. To get there will require some investment for us to be able to improve operational efficiency. You will recall that we have made provisions for that in the budget that was passed earlier this year. We had made provisions to put the government in a position to contribute to that if it becomes necessary. So that is stuff that has been approved already. But that would be taken, and here I'm just keeping it at a high level, that would be towards taking the plant to a degree of functional efficiency that surpasses where it was at the time of the fire.
So, Minister, my contention is that we don't have enough funds from the proceeds available to restore the plant to where it was, and worse, to take it even further. But you mentioned earlier that you are a passive minority shareholder in the arrangement. At 45%, I dare say you can't be passive. But you have raised the issue of a new majority partner. And in that context, based on the report you have given on the financial position of CAP, I have some further questions. it has been reported that Noble has sold its 55% shares in the business for $1 US. It suggests to me that those must have been distressed assets that the new company was purchasing. So, Minister, the Cabinet having had to approve this deal, could you explain to this Parliament, and especially because you are a partner in this, how can those assets be sold at $1, and what would be the value of the assets of CAP in that context?
Well, just first on your comment on passive, I use the word passive to distinguish between active. There are two types of, an active shareholder is one who is involved in the management of the entity, and meaning its personnel are involved in the management of the entity. And a passive shareholder, the distinction is that you're not involved in the management of the entity. That was the context in which I use the term. And with respect to the insurance proceeds, you remember I said to you in my answer to your original question that the plant, as at April, was up to 80% of its capacity, and the government has put no money in. So I think it answers your question about whether the insurance proceeds have been sufficient to get us back. We are at 80% of total capacity, and we have not put $1 in. We have gotten there on the back of the insurance proceeds. But we want to go further, meaning that we want to have a long-term sustainable position for this operation so that the government can eventually achieve its strategic objective that has been articulated previously. With respect to the question that you just asked, though, on the ownership, right, yeah. So recall that Noble, the previous majority shareholder, ran into financial difficulty. It entered into a restructuring, and its bondholders took over the company. Its board was constituted by professionals appointed by its bondholders, and the bondholders essentially made a decision, and they would have to be here to answer that question, why it is that they chose to sell at that price, at that time. So I can't answer you about their strategic decision. That's a decision that they took at a particular point in time.
But granted, Minister, because you ultimately had to approve that sale, wouldn't it have been wise for the government to contemplate that you purchase, you match a price or put a 50 cents on it to take over the full operations of Jamaica so that your plan of incorporation could now be proceeded with? Why would the government not contemplate taking over the entire operations for $1.50?
Of course, that is something that we would have contemplated, and we would have looked at that as a possibility. However, remember, I think you'll understand that with the vision that we have for this asset, for its long-term viability, it is necessary to make capital investments that can allow it to enter the upper half, the top 2 quartiles in terms of efficiency as measured by cost of production per ton. And given the investment that will be required to get there, government view would have been that if we can find someone who is willing to make that investment alongside us, it's less risk for the people of Jamaica, meaning, to make 45% of that investment instead of 100. If we had infinite resources, then the decision may have been different. But given the fact that it would take resources, we're good for our 45%, we took a decision that we can get a partner who can bring international expertise, who can bring know-how, but also bring the capital that is going to be required to put it on a long-term sustainable footing that allows it to navigate the commodity cycle, which is an inherent part of this business, that Jamaica, given our set of financial options, that we are much better off having a partner that has is in the financial position to be able to make those investments alongside us, rather than being in a position where we, the government, has to make the entirety of the investments required to get to that position.
Minister, I would buy the argument only that the announcement by the new partner, Century, is that it will take them an investment of $20 million to secure a positive cash flow in this year. Now, having regard to all that the government has incurred, would that not be a better consideration for the government to take on that additional cost and to, at the end of the day, see a positive cash flow returning and then make the attractiveness of the incorporated status that much better?
You know, it's a question of risk and return. And, you know, we have always maintained a position that the government of Jamaica arguably should not have been in this business in the first place, right? So to double down and to go from 45% ownership to 100, if it did not require additional investment, if it were the case that you could acquire it and get to that enhanced state of efficiency without any additional capital, so there's no sort of additional risk, then it would be maybe a no-brainer to do as you are sort of intimating and questioning. But given the fact that it would absorb more capital to do so, the government of Jamaica, the people of Jamaica are in a better position to share the risk and the reward by maintaining our position at 45% and having sit alongside us in that entity, a multinational enterprise that has experience in Jamaica, has operated in Jamaica before, has integrated facilities, and with whom we are very aligned as to the strategic direction of Jamaica. The challenge that we had with the previous owners was that they would not have been in that position, or certainly their bondholders, to do as we need to do. So we have given the fiscal options that the government has to increase our exposure to this asset, even at the seemingly attractive price of $1, would not, in our view, be wise at this time, given the necessity of following up on that acquisition with further investments in order to achieve the strategic vision of increased efficiency. It's just not the risk reward, we don't think would have been in the interest of Jamaica to increase our exposure in that way at this time.
Finally, Minister, just two quick follow-up. Century, I gather, is owned by Glencore. Could you just confirm if that is so? And also, we haven't heard the news from you as yet, but we do assume that you would have used your leverage this time to change from an income tax regime where profit has to be declared to revert to a bauxite levy regime so that the Jamaican people can benefit from this depleting asset. Are we correct?
On that, your original question wasn't focused on that topic, and that's a topic in itself. And what I propose to do, if I can hopefully get your agreement on this, is to come back and provide a proper statement about the regime going forward. with respect to the Jamaica asset. Recall that Jamaica, I don't know, you will recall this, that the government, given the historical antecedents, Jamaica has never been under the levy regime. Not under your administration, not under the one before you, not under one before that. Okay, Jamaica has always been exempted from the levy regime.
No, just...
Fully owned by Alcoa.
Yes, just when...
Fully owned by Alcoa.
Yes, just to correct the minister. Right, just to correct the minister, that some time ago, Jamaica, as with all the others, was under the bauxite levy regime. We have been advocating on this side, especially with arrangements that were made with Naranda and others, that we need to ensure that the Jamaican people get something out of this depleting reserve, bauxite reserve, and that we have found where you have an income tax regime, we have not seen such profits that ought to be declared on which basis the government and the people of Jamaica would benefit. And that the safest way to extract some revenue is to impose the bauxite levy. And that has been our position in relation to the entire industry.
Yeah, well, it's a pity you never did it between 2011 and 2016 when you had the chance. The Jamaica, since about, I don't know, the date might be, since about 2002, so from the days of Prime Minister Patterson to the days of Prime Minister Simpson Miller to the days of Prime Minister Golding to Prime Minister Holness to Prime Minister Simpson Miller, during all of that period, Jamaica has been exempted from the levy regime with the expansion that it undertook at some period in the past. And the fair expectation of anybody involved in that asset, including the government, because we are 45% of the asset, is that what what has been in place, that it continues. But remember that this is an asset that Jamaica has struggled with in terms of returns. Okay, we believe that that can change. But so remember, just on the matter of principle, let's go back to where Jamaica has never been in the bauxite levy regime for the last 20 years, under 5 different administrations, different political parties, for good historical reason. Okay? Now, so let's leave that one there. Well, that's all I have to say on it, on that point.
Minister, I'm just seeking some clarity. So, 250 million of insurance cover has kept the operating expenses being paid while no revenue was there, doing some repair work to the powerhouse. And it's at 80% capacity as of April this year. You say that there's some work still to be done. You have to purchase and install a new 40 megawatt turbine generator to replace 2 existing turbine generators, and the repairs to return the high pressure boilers 4 and 5 to service. My question, and that is presumably prior to, that's to take it to 90%. That's what you've said, that that's where you want to get, from 80 to 90% as rated capacity. So the investment to now take it to the top 50% of efficiency among world aluminum refineries, which a provision was made in this year's budget for our Jamaica's 45% of, is at a separate financing exercise. And if it is, how is this remaining expenditure to take it to 90% of rated capacity going to be financed? That's my first question. Secondly, could you remind the House as to what we have provided for in the budget for our contribution towards that additional capex to take it to the top 50% of efficiency among alumina refineries around the world? Thirdly, what is the expectation as to the future of Jamaica under the prior circumstances where Noble owned 55%? We are aware that there was a plan to move it from being a partnership to being a limited liability company, and that there was a plan to divest, possibly through an IPO, some of the, or all of the government's 45%. With a new owner coming in, additional financing to expand or further modernize the plant to take it to a higher level of efficiency, is there an understanding with this new owner as to whether the plans that existed before with the prior owner are going to be pursued, or is there a different future to be expected from Jamaica? And the last question I have relates to the mining on extraction and mine export of raw bauxite from the North Coast facility there, where I think government has a substantial interest in that operation as well. We know there's been some litigation, some environmental important litigation around that. What is the future of that operation with your existing partners there?
So on the first question about to get to the 90%, right? So I don't want to give you an imprecise figure. So I don't have the precise figure to get to 90%. It may or may not need external funds to get there. Okay? So I would, if I could reserve on that, the project to get to the position where we are in the top half of efficiency among alumina producers in the world, the information I have on that's a 24-month exercise, and that is where my sort of headspace is in terms of wanting to know sort of maximum exposure and so forth, right? We made provisions to make a capital investment, but it's not going to be used. I don't think all of it is going to be used, if any. But we just made those provisions. That was a very important signal to send as well in terms of the government's willingness and ability. And in the budget that was passed in March, there was, I believe the number was around $30 or $40 million that we had reserved or sought approval for if the need arose, US dollars. But that is not, so we stand ready to make investments if that's necessary. But I doubt that will be necessary to that scale during this financial year. But over the course of 24 months, let's see. The plans are being finalized in terms of the best configuration of capital investments that would be necessary to achieve that strategic objective. But the good news is that we are able to restore the plant to 80% of its capacity from insurance proceeds, thank God. And to get to that 90% figure may or may not, I can get the answer to you, require additional resources. However, what is sure is that to get to is one thing to be at 90% of capacity, is another thing to be at 90% of capacity and to do that at a low cost of production or a lower cost of production. Lowering the cost of production, the latest information I have, is going to be a 24-month activity that's going to require additional investment from both parties. But it's the scale of that is investment that we are already sort of providing for well in advance. In terms of the strategic direction, one of the critical assurances that we needed to consent to that transfer in a majority ownership was that the new owners would be committed to the strategic direction that we agreed with Noble on. And that strategic direction is that we move away from this approach of an unincorporated joint venture where there's no limited liability company that owns the assets and both partners contribute resources at the beginning of each quarter and get alumina separately as a result, to having a limited liability company that owns all the assets, that employs all of the employees, that has a balance sheet that can seek its own financing independently of its shareholders. The new owners, Century, are committed to that. We are very far advanced. We have one or two highly technical matters to deal with, to overcome in order to actually achieve incorporation. But the new owners are very committed to that program. And so the government strategic intent remains intact, which is to make this plant much more efficient than it has been in the past, to put it into an incorporated form, and then to seek either further investment or diminution of our holding in in this incorporated entity. The idea is to remove it from the fiscal considerations of the government of Jamaica. On the North Coast, I forgot the question. You're asking, there's some suits. To the best of my knowledge, there's no threat to that partnership outside of exogenous events like a court case. Well, the result of a court case. But there's no, to the best of my knowledge. But that one is really for the Minister of Mining. You remember, Jamaica is with me. Right.
Two questions, Minister. Can you say whether the current operations are covering the costs if you back out the insurance payments that have been made? And secondly, the fallout to the Jamaican economy, you had a range of 0.6 to 1.4 of GDP, which is a very large range. Do you have a more specific number that you could indicate to the House?
Right, so I indicated that in my prepared remarks, I mentioned that between, I believe it was between August 2022 and January 2023, CAP has been receiving a monthly average of 9 million from the sale of alumina, and these amounts, the information I have been sufficient to offset CAP's operating obligations. So the operating cost, yes, the operating revenues covering operating costs at CAP. So the government has not had to, unlike the previous 24 months before the fire, the government has not had to be putting money into CAP, which is a good thing, and long may it remain that way. We will obviously, if we're going to do further efficiency CapEx, we would have to put in for that. You asked right. Yeah, so we gave a range because it depends on the percentage of your rated capacity that you're at when the plant goes down. So that's why the range is there. But I would use, if something were to happen to that asset, GDP would, the absolute level of GDP would decline by about 1%. So, a 2% growth otherwise would lead to a 1% growth result. I mean, it's significant. It's a significant operation for the Jamaican economy. No, I am. I'm saying if you want me to give you a point estimate with that range, I would use 1. Yeah.
Minister, I got permission to ask one final question. Because in the answer you gave to the Leader of the Opposition in relation to getting to 90% of efficiency, I am confused. Because in 2014-15, a strategic decision was taken to assist Jamaica to get to that level of efficiency by enabling Jamaica to establish a co-generating facility to lower its energy cost and to sell between 90 and 100 megawatts of electricity to the JPSCO grid. That would have provided us with a scenario of the country assisting Jamaica to achieve a much higher level of efficiency. Where are we with that arrangement? Has the destruction of the boiler, which is not yet restored, prevented that from happening, which I don't think it has. I believe that JPSCO continues to benefit from that LNG facility. And where is that in the reckoning? And why is it that there has to be a substantial outlay of capital to achieve this 90%? Again, I remind you that the new company says that it will spend $20 million to secure a positive cash flow this year. So why would the government of Jamaica, through CAP,
I thought they were already at the positive cash.
yes, save for the fire. Right. So we are confused as to where are we now with the full restoration after the fire, and to get us back on track for Jamaica to be in the top tier in terms of the alumina efficiency that we believe was well on the way before the fire.
Yeah, so I mean, I've sort of answered those questions, though, member. I mean, what I've said to you is that, you know, with respect to Boiler 5 by December 2023, I don't have the specific answer to that. But the investments of which I am speaking are primarily related to improving the efficiency of the it's not just about getting back to 90% of capacity or 85% of rated capacity. It's about getting to that level of production at a much lower cost of production. And to lower the cost of production, we are going to need to make, along with our partner, to make further, to make capital investments. To put this asset on a sustainable footing, we have to recognize that for all commodities, there is a commodity cycle, as you know. Prices, when economies are roaring globally, you know, prices tend to go up and they go down for geopolitical and other reasons, but there's a cycle that is quite discernible. And that cycle shifts every several years or so. To ensure that this asset has a sustainable future, you want to make sure that at the troughs in the cycle, you can still produce competitively. Or even if it's not competitive, the duration of uncompetitiveness will be very small because you're such, or very short, because you're such an efficient producer. So it is that capital investment of which I speak. The process of the rehabilitation of Jamaica has been a continuous one. So there have been investments in the past, I agree, and there will need to be investments in the future as well.
Minister, part of the sustainability of the commodity, which is aluminum, is the carbon emission, and the tradability is being impacted increasingly by decisions in markets to monitor the carbon footprints, and to penalize those with the heaviest carbon emission. That's the trend globally in trade. Now, I noticed that indications here for the competitiveness and for the efficiency is that you've shifted from natural gas to heavy fuel oil. Heavy fuel oil emits greater amount of carbon emission and a greater carbon footprint. Is there any consideration as to how sustainable that energy source is likely to be in the tradability of the aluminum that is being produced by the facility? And how concerned are you about the energy source, its carbon emission footprint, and the impact, the likely impact on the ability to trade and to access markets like the European markets, the US markets, that are imposing restraint on heavy carbon emission tied to the production and tradability of products? That's the direction in which those countries are going, tying the carbon emission to the tradability of alumina in this instance.
You're hitting a very, I think, relevant point in that the market for what they call green alumina is a huge market that people, you know, if a motor car company can advertise that the car, you know, is green, that it was produced with low emissions of CO2, including the emissions used to produce the aluminum that the car is made of, then that can provide comparative advantages in certain markets. So I do know that those are considerations in the industry generally, but for an entity like Jamaica with the new owners. I wouldn't, a matter like that, though, remember, you'll understand that's a matter for the board. And how you'd have to treat with that is to make sure your sources of energy are green and not heavy fuel oil and so on. We're not, that would take some time and some more investment. I think strategically, the first thing you want to do, and certainly for me as Minister of Finance, right, is to incorporate, get the entity to be more efficient in terms of the cost of production, and then find a way to not have the government exposed to the fiscal risk of this operation. I mean, we should not be discussing this in a parliament. I mean, this should be with shareholders in an annual general meeting. It's kind of, yeah. No. Yes, so look, I would love for that transition to take place, but that is going to take time. Yeah, it's going to take time. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier. And so, Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move be it resolved. Mr. Speaker, I now move that be it resolved that the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2023-2024, which was laid on the table of the House on the 30th day of May 2023, be referred to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report.
Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the PAC, the chairman of the PAC, has kindly informed me that the PAC will consider these estimates on Wednesday at 10 a.m., 12 p.m. Mr. Speaker, these estimates, the supplementary estimates, arise as a direct consequence of the reorganization of the government undertaken by the Prime Minister, where two pre-existing ministries exist no longer, and that is the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology and the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. Those ministries do not exist, and they have been replaced by two new ministries, the Ministry of Agriculture and Mining, the Ministry of Science, Energy and Transportation. So these supplementary estimates merely reorganize the allocation of resources to these new ministries in alignment with the subject areas that these ministries have responsibility for. It does not involve any additional expenditure or any change in any of the total numbers. It is simply facilitating the operation of these new ministries. And so I'd hope it would have a speedy passage through the PAAC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You mentioned the day and the time, but you did not mention the date.
The PAC would meet PAAC Wednesday the 31st of May at 12 p.m. in Gordon House.
Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the clerk, members, I just want to urge the clerk, the reports that are tabled in Parliament, could you please ensure that they are sent to us in a timely fashion? I heard the clerk reading some reports. Normally they are emailed out with a link. I'm just asking that they are sent out in a timely fashion. Too many times we hear of them in the media before we actually get the reports.
Mr. Speaker, under public business, we will continue the debate on the Independent Commission of Investigation Act with a presentation by the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Mark Golding.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Independent Commission of Investigations Act went through a statutory review, meaning a review required by the Act itself. Many pieces of legislation which are creating new institutions or doing very different things to what have pertained before will have a provision in them saying there should be a joint select committee to review the Act sometimes within 3 years, sometimes within 5 years. So the Indicom legislation had such a provision, and I was Minister of Justice at the time when that period came about, and we went through a lengthy and comprehensive process of review of the Act. We had presentations from multiple stakeholders, the security forces, the JDF, the JCF, the civil society groups, in particular, I believe Jamaicans for Justice, made presentations, and there were many, many others. That Joint Select Committee went on for many months and produced an extensive report. Now, that report has in it, I would say, a range of recommendations. some of the recommendations are things that I would say are delicate policy decisions. For example, whether Indicom should have the power to prosecute, which was a recommendation in the report, based on the fact that the history of the DPP's office handling those prosecutions wasn't stellar. And it was felt that for Indicom to properly fulfill its mandate, it should have that power. But that was then. This is now. Many years have passed, 7 or 8 years, I believe. I don't know what the current position of the government on that issue is. It is a matter that has been litigated as to whether the Act in its existing form created that power or not. And at one time I recall the government indicating they were awaiting the completion of that litigation process so that they would see what the current legal arrangements were in terms of the interpretation of the Act in its current form. There was also a recommendation that in order to assure better checks and balances in the structure of Indicom, which really has a single commissioner who constitutes the commission, one individual, and staff who report up to him or her, it ought to have a board structure where there's an executive director who is responsible for the day-to-day running of Indicom, reporting to a board who would hold that person to account for his or her performance, the relationship that is maintained with the security forces, who are obviously an important stakeholder when it comes to Indicom, and the governance of the entity overall. Now, apart from those, I would say, more strategic or far-reaching recommendations in the report of the Joint Select Committee, there were a wide array of issues, operational issues that had been raised by Indicom itself, by the police, by the JDF, requiring adjustments to be made to the Act. And outside of that report, I'm aware, for example, that Indicom has an issue with committal proceedings where statements that they take are not admissible in committal proceedings because they were not specifically provided for in the committal proceedings legislation. So I must say, Minister, I was somewhat surprised when this bill came here now and is addressing a validation and indemnity matter and has some other issues it's seeking to address, but doesn't get into any of the recommendations of the Joint Select Committee report, which have been in existence now for many, many years. I'm surprised also that I haven't heard anything from civil society on this, because they were very interested when that Joint Select Committee was hearing the matter, and prior to that, when the need for Indicom was recognized and it was being developed and so on, they were very involved and vocal. Haven't heard anything from them on this bill or what has happened to the recommendations in the Joint Select Committee report and so on. But I spoke to the minister. He indicated that there wasn't a settled view, or the more sensitive issues, there wasn't an appetite to move forward with those, but that's a policy decision for the government, and I'm not questioning that here today, but I'm just wondering why we haven't embraced the many, many proposed amendments to the Act that were sensible and necessary for Indicom to operate more efficiently and to be more effective in doing so. So I'm a little disappointed that the first piece of legislation that comes in relation to Indicom so many years after the extensive work that was done by that Joint Select Committee over 7 years ago doesn't address any of those issues. Rather, it's some other issues that have come to the attention of the ministry which are being addressed, and this validation of whatever it is being validated. So I have no objection to the legislation, but I just feel that we've missed an opportunity to implement those aspects of the Joint Select Committee report which are uncontroversial and which are, I would say, important in making INDECOM a better, more effective institution. And the very purpose of the reviews, the statutory reviews, is to do that, because when you are drafting legislation for something that doesn't exist before, you're trying to imagine how an institution like that would operate. It's a hypothetical situation because it doesn't exist necessarily. It's being created. So there are going to be things that you've overlooked. There are going to be things that don't work out the way you anticipated. There are going to be things that need to be fixed or changed, which is why those statutory reviews are so important. There are other instances where we're way beyond the stipulated date to have those reviews. The Insolvency Act is one, and the Security Interest in Personal Property Act is another. Those are both fundamental pieces of legislation to the commercial architecture of the country, and they need to have the benefit of that review. And I would recommend for both of those, when they happen, that the external consultants that help the government in the design of the legislation be asked to participate in that review process in some way, because their expertise was very valuable then, and I think would be useful for it would be useful for them to have a look at how those pieces of legislation have operated since they came into effect, and we have the benefit of their very deep understanding of those areas of law. That would be my recommendation. But on this particular matter here of INDECOM, I'm just a little bit perplexed, really, and disappointed that this opportunity has not been used to bring forward those many aspects of the Joint Select Committee report that I believe are uncontroversial and that would be beneficial to the institution of INDECOM, even if we set aside as unsettled and decide not to move forward with those few aspects of it that the government may feel it's not comfortable with. So those are my remarks on this bill. We support the bill. There's nothing in the bill I'd object to, but I am anxious to see how the Joint Select Committee report is to be dealt with. Many years have passed, and we haven't seen anything on it. And indeed, the statutory reviews for those other two pieces of legislation, which, we worked very hard to bring forward in a relatively quick and urgent period of time back then, because they were deliverables under the IMF program, both of them, as part of trying to make Jamaica a more efficient economy, and they need to be reviewed. We see high-profile insolvencies and reports coming into the daily papers about how they work, and I think that there's a need to see whether the fundamental policy underlying the Insolvency Act, for example, is actually playing out in actuality in how it is being applied on the ground in Jamaica. And similarly for the SIPA Act, Security Interest in Personal Property Act, I have a similar concern. For example, the idea was that for all security interests, basically, other than real estate for registered land, whereas there's a land registration system, security interests would be dealt with in SIPA. It would be an exclusive and universal system of registration that gives notice to the world. And for real estate mortgages, the Registration of Titles Act would continue to apply to those. But for example, my understanding is that for motor vehicle financing, there is still this concept of registering a lien on a title, on the real estate, on the motor vehicle title certificate, if you're lending against it, which is another system which has no real statutory underpinning and ought to have been replaced by a SIPA filing. These are the sort of things that need to be, ironed out for the system to work as it should. So those two reviews are really important strategically for Jamaica. We're overdue, way overdue. Those should have happened already, haven't yet happened. And I would urge the government to, I know one of them, I think, a committee has now been named for. I think very recently, in the last couple of weeks, a joint select committee was appointed for one of them. Was it the SIPA one? But for the other, that needs to happen. And for the Indicom legislation, I would love to hear from the minister when, if he at all, he intends to bring forward the amendments to the Indicom legislation for those aspects of the report that are not considered to be controversial and that would bring efficiencies and improvements to the operating environment in which Indicom exists. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, while I don't have any challenges with the review of the Indicom Act, I must say that I have some concerns about what is being proposed to be the purpose. When you look at the memorandum of objects and reasons, that is the validation and indemnification. And why I'm concerned about it is that I've personally been involved in several matters from as way back as 2011 with Indicom. And in many of the instances, we would have indicated in open court and to them that they do not have the power that they claimed that they had at the time. And they proceeded. We went to the Court of Appeal, we went to the Privy Council. Finally, the ruling came back that they did not have the powers to prosecute, which we went as far back as the days of preliminary inquiries prior to the Committal Proceedings Act, and officers would have expended significant amounts of money for legal representation. We have had situations where officers would have been in custody. We were granted bail at the parish court level. And then there was an appeal of that bail, and we had to go to the Court of Appeal, who overturned that ruling by the parish court judge. So we have been through a lot with Indicom. So I want to know, for example, how many officers, how many cases is this validation and indemnification going to impact? Because we're talking about cases, we're talking about police officers, many of whom have since been exonerated. They have been acquitted. Many spent many months behind bars in custody before they could be granted bail. And so it is, I don't believe it is right, because for us to be coming here to validate and indemnify Indicom from their own callous actions. They're on a frolic of their own. We warned them about it several times over. We told them they needed a fiat from the DPP in order to prosecute. They did not listen to any of us. So I kind of find it a bit concerning for us to be coming here to even be considering any validation and indemnification of any of their actions. I mean, the increased rule and the definition of the rules between Indicom and the members of the security forces, that's welcome, because there's been a lot of confusion around that. Securing crime scenes, securing evidential material, etc. So, but that is fine. I will support that any day. But as it relates to validation and indemnification, I find it difficult, particularly because I, as an attorney, was involved from day one in many other matters for several years with them. And they were told repeatedly that the actions that they were embarking on was not within the remit. It was ultra-virus. They never listened to us. So I kind of find it difficult, but I just wanted to give me an idea how many cases, how many police officers we're talking about, who would have been arrested, who would have been charged, who would have been in custody for several months, who perhaps would be looking forward to some reprieve, having been exonerated. What do we tell those officers now? You know, I mean, it's quite unfortunate. Many would have been on bail, interdiction, receiving only 50% of them salaries, having to find other means of an income. Because we're dealing with state against state actors. So I kind of find it difficult. I know you understand fully what I'm averring to, but certainly I want to have a deeper appreciation as to the numbers that we are discussing here in terms of how many cases, how many officers will be impacted by this decision.
Madam Speaker, first of all, let me thank the member from St. Andrews South and Southwest and Clarendon Southwest for their input. I must apologize that I don't have the numbers in terms of cases that could indeed seek redress because of the various court cases. And I'll deal with the matter first, the member from Clarendon South West. Truth of the matter, Madam Speaker, since the 2018 Act, it has been a concern of the Indicom Secretariat and the Ministry of Justice that this legislation should come. And indeed, the initial idea was just to do the validation from about 2018, 2019 to get this done prompto. But the personnel in my office said there were some other pieces of legislation that could be added because of the Joint Select Committee that you chaired, leader of the opposition, which could all be done, you know, at one time. So over the last 3-4 years, we have been trying to get a comprehensive amendment to the Indicom Act. And it's just in the past year or so we said, well, we don't seem to be able to get a consensus on many pieces of these legislation, some of which I'll touch on briefly. But at the end of the day, the new Indicom Commissioner is concerned that there are many cases that if police officers really file, they could have a good case against the government because they were charged. And right. Position, Madam Speaker, colleagues, is that the exuberance of Indicom was that they could prosecute. And they got a Phillip when the full court in 2014 indicated that they could charge. And they proceeded to continue to charge many persons until 2018, when the Court of Appeal said, no, you did not have the powers. Sorry, I think it was just before 2018, when the Court of Appeal said you did not have the power to charge. And they appealed to the Privy Council, and the Privy Council a year or so ago indicated, no, you don't have the power to prosecute. Right. No, the point about it, to be fair, in the full court indicated that they had the power. Don't ignore that. So the full court indicated that they had the power. So it was the Court of Appeal that said, you don't have the power. So after 2018, they stopped utilizing the power to prosecute. And when it went to the Privy Council did rule. Whatever the dates were, I may be a bit not correct. Position is that when they prosecuted member, they did so in good faith. Well, with due respect, based on the full court ruling, they continued. Once the Court of Appeal ruled that they did not have the power to prosecute, they stopped immediately. So we can't ignore that. Can't ignore that. Once the Court of Appeal ruled, they stopped. So the position is what the government is saying, based on the processes, notwithstanding what member you thought, I thought, and others thought, they did it fine. But at least, member, it was not a case that from day one they got a ruling that they couldn't prosecute. They got a ruling in 2014 that they could. And based on the ruling of the full court in 2014, they continued. So they continued in good faith, based on a ruling of a court. Fair enough. So this validation is to at least authenticate and to validate what was done based on that ruling. And that is why this Parliament, in order to validate what was done, this Parliament really, is being asked to approve this validation. Having said that, the Leader of the Opposition raised some very important points, Madam Speaker, because he was chairman of the committee and I sat on the committee, and there were many recommendations to improve the operation of INDECOM, including giving them the power to prosecute, which was one, and I supported it then. When I became minister, the truth of the matter is that the DPP was understaffed. They had, don't hold me to the exact figure, but 30 odd prosecutors. They felt that they could not deal with all the matters. So we increased their staff by about 50%. I think they have about 58 now. And then 58 prosecutors plus the DPP. So they do now have a huge staff that they can really prosecute, and indeed even dealing with other prosecution. There's no reason why all prosecution can now not be reserved to them. Indeed, you may know that we're now going to be taking on all the prosecutorial services in the parish courts. So that all the clerks will now become, maybe call them assistant crown counsel, so that you have another 50 or so. Right, so all of that will come in. So you're going to have a prosecutorial service of maybe over 100. Right. So to give other agencies prosecutorial powers is not right. Well, even that is not even necessary, especially when you have Section 94 that gives the DPP overarching power of everything. So basically, we did not see in the discussion over the last few years of agreeing to giving INDECOM this prosecutorial power. Then, Leader of the Opposition, there were several other areas which got into contention as to what additional powers do you give INDECOM. And, the truth of the matter, we could not get a consensus with the JCF and all the different agencies to make it a consensus that we can come here and everybody's happy. INDECOM is doing an excellent job. Let me make that. But the truth of the matter is, not everybody agrees with INDECOM. And there are persons who believe that INDECOM may be over-exuberant in dealing with matters. And therefore, if you give them additional powers, the feeling is you may well impede the crime fighting that is so necessary. So over the last few years, we have had this struggle. How much more powers do you give them? So why member from Southwest? Many of the provisions that we thought we could strengthen the income have not come in this legislation is that it is still being debated. Not that it has been discarded, but the feeling is that we need to just think about them some more, get further consensus from the deliberations with the GCF and other departments. But we felt that the validation was very important for us to bring it, because as you will see, the possibility of matters coming before the court could arise, and we really need to validate it. So thank you for raising these issues, but at the end of the day, we just need to just put this behind us and hope some of the matters we can still, we deal with some minor matters, some minor that didn't have any controversy, you know, in terms of the recommendations. But those that were still unsettled, we decided, you know, to leave them for the moment. But remember, in all sincerity, member from Clarendon Southeast, Southwest, the truth of the matter is, yes, there are many cases that could arise, but based on what the income officers believe that they had, the powers that they had, they acted, and therefore, we're asking Parliament to validate those acts. Because the truth of the matter, you don't want to get into this contention as to going to court and say what you believe, what's the basis of your good faith. The truth of the matter is that when a court, when a court in 2014 ruled that you had the prosecutorial powers and they acted on that, to say that because you or I did not believe that they had the powers, because you or I believe that they did not have the powers, is not enough, especially when there's a court ruling, the full court ruled, and they acted on that. And those are the cases that you, member, would be asking about. And I'm saying this Parliament must make its approve on the basis that they acted on the 2014 ruling of the full court. Yes, we can have a discussion at the committee stage if necessary. Can I ask a second reading, Madam Speaker? Do it at the committee stage.
Members, the question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor?
Aye.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Independent Commission of Investigations Act and for connected purposes, read a second time.
Madam Speaker, I think a number of members wanted to make some comments.
We haven't got into...
Sorry.
Members, the House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Okay. Put clause 1. Those in favor? I put clause 2. Those in favor? I put clause 3. Those in favor?
Madam Speaker, Chairman, my apologies. Minister.
No, I'm coming now. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, you want to come?
No,
in?
you go ahead first.
Clause 7. Okay.
We're at clause 3, Minister.
No,
clause 4.
No, Madam Speaker. I think a very useful amendment has been proposed, okay? In clause 3.4, instead of it is declared in the interest of certainty, we would like a replacement for the avoidance of doubt. For the avoidance of doubt, a delegation under subsection 1. Would that be appropriate?
For the
No problem.
avoidance
okay?
of what?
Yes, which makes it clearer rather than negative.
For the avoidance of
Now,
doubt.
section 326(4), for the avoidance of doubt, a delegation under subsection 1 shall in addition, right. Okay.
My only comment is, I don't know if there's a drafter here. They may have a reason why they did this, formulated this way, I don't know.
No,
No, I don't think so.
They don't have a reason. They don't have, there's nobody here? No draft. So we're now at clause 4. Minister?
Yes.
Is there an amendment to clause 4?
No, Madam Speaker.
Right.
Approved.
I now put clause 4. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 5. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now put clause 6. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now put clause 7. Those in favor?
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, sorry. Clause 7 states that the period for the indemnification is on the 29th day of July 2010. So, Minister, I would propose that 2010 be actually moved to the 2014 date of which you spoke.
No, I think there could be difficulty.
Indicating that that Indicom would have acted in good faith as a result of that 2014 decision. But to have 2010 here, I believe, is not proper. So I'm suggesting that the 2010 be amended to 2014.
Be amended to 2014.
No, but to be fair, we need from the period that they start prosecuting.
Yeah, but in fairness, what we're when we pass validating legislation, we are actually taking away accrued rights that people may have to seek redress for a breach of their rights. Now, where a court has ruled that the Indicom had those powers, I can understand that any prosecutions thereafter. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, to be fair, when these persons acted, they were acting in an official capacity, not a personal capacity.
This is the point.
Admittedly, Madam
and it's
Speaker.
at 2014 that
No, admittedly, Madam Speaker, the 2014 full court approved what they were doing. But the truth is that up to 2014, from 2010, they were doing so in an official capacity.
Yeah, but that doesn't take away the fact that if you do it this way, persons whose rights were infringed are going to have those rights taken away. Now, you can see a justification for doing that where Indicom was acting on the strength of a court ruling. But one could ask the question, given that the Act didn't expressly give them that power to prosecute, it doesn't. That's what one of the amendments in the Joint Select Committee report, but it's not in the Act as it exists now. Given that that wasn't expressly in there, why didn't they seek the direction of the court and get a ruling before initiating prosecutions?
And to be fair, member, it may well happen that the 2014 ruling of the full court took into consideration that from 2010 they were doing so. In other words, what one is saying, Madam Speaker, Madam Chairman, is that when the matter was ruled in 2014, but it obviously had to do with the Indicom officers prosecuting from 2010 against the opposition, but the point is that they were doing so in an official capacity, and the full court ruled in 2014 that they were doing so correctly.
Madam Chair, the fact that they were doing so in an official capacity is exactly why we are now saying that we have to ensure that those whose rights have been infringed upon, that we try to protect those persons. those individuals. However, I take your point and I accept, Minister, that as of the 2014 decision, they might have then started to act in good faith. And we say from 2014, when the full court made a ruling, even though it was a split decision, right? But they continued the prosecution. Fine from 2014, but 2010 to 2014, I don't believe that we should come here and indemnify them for their actions.
Remember, with due respect, clearly the 2014 full court ruling clearly approved what they were doing from 2010.
No. The 2014 ruling
the full court
interpreted the legislation in the light of the common law and said that the legislation as properly interpreted, they had that power.
Yes.
It wasn't sort of because they had been doing it since 2010.
Admittedly,
it was a ruling on an issue of law. But it was an incorrect ruling. As
leader of the opposition. So that to the extent that they, in their official capacity, was interpreting the law to say that they had the power to prosecute, they must have been acting in good faith. I would think that these persons, public servants, reading the act, prosecuting, to say that they were acting in a personal capacity would be a most unfortunate and unusual interpretation.
Madam
So that
Chairman.
is why, colleague, these persons who are acting as public servants, interpreting the act, acted to prosecute, and the full court in 2014 said yes. So to say they were right. So to say that they should not be exonerated or their action not be validated would be most unfortunate.
Minister, the full court is not the final appellate court in the country.
Admittedly.
So you cannot rely on a full court decision to validate somebody's actions.
But what I'm saying,
because
my
notice
colleague,
would have been served from the full court ruling that that ruling would have been appealed. And out of an abundance of caution, they could have easily gotten a fiat from the DPP, and that would have been on the records, and they wouldn't be discussing this.
Colleague, even though you and I may have felt that they were wrong between 2010 and 2014, it could not be that we felt that they were acting maliciously. You understand? In other words, what I'm really saying to you, when Indicom was prosecuting between 2010 and 2014, and I was around, I had concerns. The point I'm making is that they were doing so in an official capacity. It could not be said that they were doing so maliciously. They felt that they had prosecutorial powers. They would not have gone to court and argued in court that they had prosecutorial powers if they did not believe so.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, from time to time, legislation is brought here for us to validate the actions of officials. In most of those instances, they are about action that may have some pecuniary implication. This one is a bit different. This one goes to some constitutional rights that a person may have, their liberty and their livelihood, that they too are acting on behalf of the state. So this is qualitatively different. You have people's constitutional rights that are implicated in this. And the question therefore is, how do you then act in a way that might extinguish those rights, those constitutional rights? And it's qualitatively different from revenue, pecuniary, or some pecuniary interest of the state that is being protected. And I'm a little troubled. I'm a little troubled by it because
members, I'm encouraging us all to listen and to get involved in the discussions that are taking place, because what we're really dealing with are two sets of people that have constitutional rights. And it is important as a parliament, because it's not just a matter of validating or not validating. You're dealing with the lives of persons. Some people, some persons on one side, and it requires our involvement and our genuine attention to it, because you're dealing with persons who genuinely believe they have a right to prosecute. And on the other hand, you're dealing with persons who genuinely, as officers, felt they had a right to take a certain action, and those persons believing they had the right. Some, it's not just pecuniary loss, some have lost lives because they have been incarcerated, lost jobs, and are out. So I'm saying to you, when we are in committee stage, remember, when we are in committee stage, it is not about one side going against the other side. I really do believe that we ought, all of us in here, to discuss and debate this properly, so that at the end of the day, we are fair to all Jamaicans. I feel strongly about the point that is being debated.
Madam Chairman, you know we are in a democracy, okay? And to the extent that I would really want to know how many persons would have been affected between 2010 and 2014. No, and the truth of the matter, Madam Speaker, there's no doubt we can get that data, and so I would be happy to suspend the debate to get that figure. And the reason for that, Madam Speaker, we would also want to find out how many cases were prosecuted, because the truth of the matter is that there's no doubt that when you think about it, the 2014 decision made a difference. And therefore, we can suspend it, and then I will get a figure how many cases were actually prosecuted up to 2014, and we will continue.
Madam Speaker, I think that's a wise move. I had recommended it to the Minister. I'm glad I think this is a wise move, proceeding in this way. I would just say that one needs to be taught about Indicom officers acting in an official capacity. The point is made where the police officers, in doing their work, were acting as agents of the state in an official capacity. And one could say that rather than take away their rights through validating legislation, leave it to the court to decide to what extent the fact that the Indicom thought they had that power ought to give them some kind of defense or not. But don't have Parliament going into the arena, so to speak, to modify or eliminate the rights that people may have under the Constitution. I'm not comfortable with that. And I think that from 2014, there was a major difference because there was a court ruling, or even though those proceedings were not initiated by Indicom, seeking to understand what their powers really were. They were defending a suit brought by police officers. So, you know, it's not like they took it on themselves to say, let me act with circumspection and seek the direction of the court, which is really what they should have done from long before. So, but it be it as it may, the court said they had that power, and that ruling applied for 4 years until the Court of Appeal ruled otherwise. So I could understand validation then, because they were acting on the basis of a court ruling.
As I say, Madam Speaker,
on any one side, Chairman, but
as I say, Madam Chairman, we'll suspend it to get an idea.
Right. What I would like for you to do, Minister, is we could go back to clause 4 where we did not put the thing, where we say the amendment for the avoidance of doubt, to see whether or not we're all in agreement with that. And no, we didn't. It was not put to the committee, and we need to put it. And then you can ask that progress has been made in the matter, and you are suspending it, and then we will resume. So when we get back, we come back to this point and not start.
To clause 7. To clause 7. We'll come back to clause 7.
Right. So now we can the amendment in clause 4. 3.
You can't You can't approve the amendment and suspend the debate for Clause 7. It's a
we
bill.
will suspend we'll suspend the
and when we resume, we've already approved the amendment.
No, but I'm saying we can, what we have amended, agree on now, and suspend the debate.
But didn't we already? You didn't put Clause 3?
We did, for avoidance in respect of Clause 3.
No, we did.
So how we reach Clause 7 and you never put Clause 3?
We reached Clause 7.
We discussed it, but I did not put the clause and we did not agree to the amendment. So we have to seek the amendment. So I now put the amendment to Clause 3, which says, for the avoidance of doubt. Those in favor?
Aye.
To change the word? Those against? So is it agreed that we now put Clause 3 as amended? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
I thought we had reached Clause 7.
Yes, but I'm saying to you, we had agreed, but it was not put, and for the
no problem, Madam
the records, we ought to put it, and it should be there.
Right, correct, Chairman.
So, Minister, you're asking the House for suspension, and we will resume. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. So when it doesn't matter, when we get back, we'll do that. Those in favor, those against. So you have returned the House. Members, I do report to the House that our discussions on the bill have started. There are amendments done, and we have decided to suspend the debate and do some more soul searching and bring figures to the table, and we'll resume at Clause 7. Those in favor? Those against? That's what. Right. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, it is not contemplated for us to do any further business today. I therefore ask that the House adjourns until Wednesday, that's tomorrow, May 31, 2023 at 2 p.m.
Members, the question is that the House do adjourn until tomorrow, Wednesday, the 31st at 2 p.m. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This House is now adjourned.